like the waves of the ocean crashing on the cliffs of Moher. The western winds are blowing all along the Galway shore, from the high walls of Derry to the rolling hills of Kerry. All across this Irish homeland, there's a welcome at the door. May the road rise to meet you, a smile always greet you. May our friendship be always true and strong. And as the sun sets in the west, I wish you all the best. Please God, we'll meet again before too long. Oh, the troubles of our world, we leave them at the door. We raise a glass to friends who've passed, remembering them once more. May the luck of the Irish be with you every day. Who knows what tomorrow brings? Let's live for today. May the road rise to meet you, a smile always greet you. May our friendship be always true and strong. As the sun sets in the west, I wish you all the best. Please God, we'll meet again before too long. May the road rise to meet you, a smile always greet you. May our friendship be always true and strong. As the sun sets in the west, I wish you all the best. Please God, we'll meet again before too long. May the road rise to meet you, a smile always greet you. May our friendship be always true and strong. As the sun sets in the west, I wish you all the best. Please God, we'll meet again. Please God, we'll meet again. Please God, we'll meet again before too long.
In this short video, I'm going to show you how to color big leaves, and I'm going to use 3 shades out of my Faber-Castell Polychromos set. We're going to use phthalo blue, light green, and it is emerald green. And the coloring book is the Botanical Affirmations coloring book by Dominika Stopa, which is me. Okay, let's start with gently coloring the leaf, the whole surface of the leaf with light green, and then I'm adding darker shades just around the corners to create the 3D effect. An important tip to add the layer in the opposite direction. It's going to help you blend nicely. And here I just realized that I started painting the sky. I thought it was a leaf, but here we're just fixing it. And I really love those pencils. They're soft and blend nicely. I also love the combination of green and blue. Turquoise is one of my favorite colors, so that's something I'm always using, or most of the time using, in the backgrounds whenever I'm coloring or painting. We're also going to use other set just to give you a little bit of comparison. It's Goldfaber Aqua. They are watercolor pencils, about half of the price of Polychromos, but I need to admit I love them just as much, or maybe even more. And again, we're going to start with the brightest color, so the brightest shade of green. And the tip is to try to recreate natural shade. So you can see two parrots here. Typically the shade will occur just close to their heads, and then again when the two leaves meet each other. So try to think how naturally you would find the shade, and then add the darkest shades just in those corners. That's going to help you with choosing the spots for the darkest and brightest colors. And I'm adding a blue just for the extra depth. I really like those pencils, they're super soft. And you can use a brush with a little bit of water to blend the colors. It could be either the whole surface of the drawing or just a small element. I would love to hear which is your favorite technique. Do you prefer watercolor pencils or traditional pencils? Feel free to leave me a comment below. I would love to hear your thoughts, and please consider subscribing.
and I thought I might start recording sneaky vlogs just from studio life. So this is the very first one, and I'm hoping that after a few years I'll come back to it and say, look how it was, how much I improved over the years. So I'm not stressing too much about this episode. So here's the big part of the room. It's around 75 square meters. It's quite big. And last year I was hoping to use it as a classroom for workshops. I did renovate it back in February 2020, and guess what happened next? The pandemic happened and no tents for workshops, so it was actually empty for a year before I decided to move from my little studio, which was literally the smallest one in the craft yard, and use this one as a shop and my own workshop, because I ended up having two studios and yet creating from my bedroom at home, which didn't make too much sense. So I moved all the artworks. Here you can see back there we have some liner prints, some paintings, and I still have some empty tables, so they will be filled with stuff. Here I have a selection of liner prints, all nicely wrapped and ready to go. And just to give you the idea of the overall studio, it goes way back, and that's where I'm recording all my YouTube videos, so let's go there. Now here's a fun fact for you. I staged it all nicely to record YouTube videos, but yet lighting is not very great, and then when I turn on the lights, the ceiling lights, there's this kind of flickering, uneven light. So I ended up moving closer to the window, which is not as glamorous, but it definitely helps. So you can see my desk here, and it's just by the sink and by the window. It's quite messy. Here's my setup, and I have this arm for my phone for recording the time lapses or any other videos of my iPhone, and then I use this camera as a secondary camera. And it's connected to a chair because when it was connected to the table, it was too shaky. So whenever I was coloring or painting, it was shaking with my movements. So definitely not ideal. Probably gonna invest in some maybe extra lighting, but it actually works really well here by the window. Let's see. I was just recording some coloring for 3-day coloring challenge. So I have a lot of editing due tonight or tomorrow. I'm sure we'll see. It's almost Easter. And yeah, this is the studio. It is messy. It's missing half of the products, but to be honest, I don't know when we'll be able to open. And my online shop, is that fully there? Well, it is there, it's functioning, but something went wrong recently, so I need to spend some time to connect it again with my Facebook and Instagram, which was bringing most of the traffic. At the moment, it's not, I didn't really upload new content there yet, new products. And once I'm going to complete my project now, which is 20 illustrations for Creativity for Wellbeing workbook with Mental Health Ireland, I'm going to sit down and go through my online shop and upload everything. It's just I've been caught up in drawing and then recording when I'm drawing and then doing other videos for YouTube just to get it started. That's it for today. That was a little tour around my studio here in Kilkenny.
Hi everyone, Home Skills is your chance to work on an FAI approved home development program whilst your usual training and exercise routine takes an unfortunate break. Whilst you're doing this, please make sure you're in a safe space where nothing can be broken. I do not want any bills for broken lamps. We're going to start with a dribbling exercise that everybody can have fun with. This exercise is designed to help you control the ball as you change direction.
Lay out your space with some obstacles about 2 meters apart like we've done. You can use anything at home that really works. Empty bottles, tins of beans, books. Now we're going to start slowly, moving around each obstacle. Make sure you've got full ball control. It doesn't matter how quick you go, the aim here is to be in control at all times. Once you've got the basics right, you can make it as easy or difficult as you like just by changing the speed, or by changing direction, or by changing the distance or the number of obstacles. Then try timing yourself using only your weaker foot. Maybe you can make a diary as you improve.
So that's it, it's as easy as that. Every day over the next few weeks, we will be here offering lots of ideas to help you improve your football skills at home. Tomorrow we will be guiding you through some more drills, so be sure to log in at FAI Grassroots.
Make sure to post your progress online so we can see how you're getting on. Every day we'll pick some of our favourite videos and repost them. Simply tag us at FAI Grassroots and use the hashtag FAI Home Skills. Our favourite video each day will win an FAI goodie bag in the post.
We know how difficult it is for everybody at home right now. Not being able to see your friends or some members of your family. Being stuck inside for such a long time doesn't do anybody's head any good. But remember, it's not forever. By staying inside, we are saving lives. We are all in this together and we have to try and help each other through it.
This is an FAI Grassroots presentation in association with the SFAI and FAI schools.
Hello and welcome back to FAI Home Skills. We have been working on skills that you can do at home, in your living room or your back garden, wherever you have some space. Please make sure you are somewhere that's safe and nothing, and I do mean nothing, will be broken. Today it's a passing drill. This passing drill is designed to help you improve your passing, but also your first touch.
Place your marker about 2 meters away from the wall. Now start to the left of your marker facing the wall. You're going to pass the ball to the wall with the inside of your foot. Move to the other side of the marker and receive the ball on the inside of your other foot. Initially, try doing it slowly so you're in full control when receiving the ball. Once you have the basics right, you can try the opposite direction. You can also make it as easy or as difficult as you like by just changing the passing angle or the speed of the ball. See how many you can do in a row without losing control. Or time yourself to measure improvement.
So that's our skill for today. Really hope you enjoyed it. We have more skills coming to you tomorrow. Keep practicing the skills at home so you can stay sharp when you eventually get back onto a football pitch. Tomorrow we will be guiding you through more skills, so log in at FAI Grassroots.
Make sure to post your progress online so we can see how you're getting on. Every day we'll pick some of your favourite videos and repost them. Simply tag us at FAI Grassroots and use the hashtag FAI Home Skills. Our favourite video each day will win an FAI goodie bag in the post.
Having to stay at home and not see your friends is tough, so let's try to stay active at home for now. We will hopefully be back playing football with your friends in no time. By staying inside, we are saving lives. We are all in this together, so please let's help each other through it. Thanks for watching, and we'll see you again tomorrow.
This is an FAI Grassroots presentation in association with the SFAI and FAI schools.
Hello and welcome back to FAI Home Skills. We have another drill for you today, but first please make sure that there's nothing valuable around that could break. This exercise can be done anywhere at home. Today's V-cut drill is commonly used to get past the defender. Damien Duff should definitely be introducing this one.
All you need is a marker, anything that works really, a shoe, a book. Now stand with the marker in front of you and imagine it's a defender. With your left foot, gently push the ball out to the left of the marker. Control it on top and drag it back to your starting position. Then do the same, but this time with your right foot. It should look like you're drawing a V shape on the floor. This is great to dummy a defender. Start off slowly so you're always in control, and then see if you can do it without looking at your feet.
So that's our skill of the day, and that can be used anywhere on the football pitch. We have lots more drills planned for all ages and abilities. Keep practicing it, and we'll be back again tomorrow with another home skill for you to try at FAI Grassroots.
V-cuts are a great skill to learn. We'd love to see how you're getting on with them. Every day we'll pick some of your favourite videos and repost them. Simply tag us at FAI Grassroots and use the hashtag FAI Home Skills. Our favourite video each day will win an FAI goodie bag in the post.
Everyone is playing their part by staying at home. It is a team effort. Remember to keep active while at home, have some fun, and let's try to get through this together. Thanks everyone for watching. See you again tomorrow.
This is an FAI Grassroots presentation in association with the SFAI and FAI schools.
Hello there and welcome back to FAI Home Skills. We have another great practice for you today, and this was one I even did as a kid. Remember to do it where there are no valuables that could be possibly broken. Today's skill is called the Cruyff turn, after the great Johan Cruyff. Use this trick to get away from a defender in the opposite direction into free space. Very, very useful to get out of a tight area.
All you need for this practice is a ball and 2 markers, bottles, jumpers, anything will do. Stand at the first marker facing the second one. Dribble towards it, imagining that the second marker is a defender. When you are close to the second marker, make a movement like you're about to pass or shoot, but instead use the inside of your right foot to move the ball under your body while turning on your left foot. Start off slowly by doing the turn while walking. Build it gradually until you can do it while dribbling with the ball at your normal pace. Increase your speed and see how quickly you can turn and explode away from the defender.
So that's our skill of the day, and that can be used anywhere on the football pitch. We have lots more drills planned for all ages and abilities. Keep practicing it, and we'll be back again tomorrow with another home skill for you to try at FAI Grassroots.
Make sure you post your progress online. We'd love to see how you're getting on with the Cruyff turn. Every day we'll pick some of our favourite videos and repost them. Simply tag us at FAI Grassroots and use the hashtag FAI Home Skills. Our favourite video each day will win an FAI goodie bag in the post.
Everybody is doing their bit by staying at home, so please keep it up. While we're stuck at home, try to get active and keep practicing those skills. We'll be back again tomorrow with another home skill for you to try at FAI Grassroots. Look after yourselves, and I'll see you tomorrow.
This is an FAI Grassroots presentation in association with the SFAI and FAI schools.
Welcome back to FAI Home Skills, and we have a really enjoyable drill for you today. Remember, no smashing lamps or vases if you're indoors, and if you're outdoors, not as easy to get a ball back from a neighbour these days, so be careful. Today it's shooting. Everybody loves shooting, even the defenders.
All you need is a marker and a goal. Anything that works, like 2 poles or shoes. Place your marker in front of the goal about 4 meters away. You're going to roll the ball with the sole of your foot to the left. Take a few steps in the same direction and kick the moving ball with the inside of your foot at your target. Initially, try doing it slowly, so again you're in full control. Once you've got the basics right, you can try with more power, but always accuracy over power. You can also make it easier by moving the target closer to the goal. Don't forget to practice with your weaker foot.
Right, that's our skill for today. Hope you enjoyed it. Keep practicing at home so you will be sharp when you eventually get back onto a football pitch.
Make sure you post your progress online so we can see how you're getting on. Every day we'll pick some of your favourite videos and repost them. Simply tag us at FAI Grassroots and use the hashtag FAI Home Skills. Our favourite video each day will win an FAI goodie bag in the post.
I know staying at home and not being able to go training or play football with your friends has been hard, so let's try to stay active at home. Hopefully it won't be for too much longer, as I could do with a haircut. By staying inside, we are saving lives. Thank you for watching.
This is an FAI Grassroots presentation in association with the SFAI and FAI schools.
Hi everyone, I'm Vera Pauw, manager of the women's national team. Welcome back to Home Skills. We have some great skills for you to try this week at home. Before we begin, please make sure you're in a safe place where nothing can be broken. Today we have a dribbling practice that everyone can have fun with. This is a box dribble and is designed to help you keep the ball close to your body as you change direction. Find 4 objects that can be used as markers: books, shoes, or empty plastic bottles, or whatever you can find. Lay the markers out in a square about 3 feet apart. Stand outside the square of your first marker with your ball. Slowly dribble from your marker to the diagonal marker. Then onto a third marker directly beside it. Cut through the square to the fourth marker. The dribble back to your original marker. You should be making a figure of an 8 formation. Start slowly and gradually build up your speed as we go. Make sure you're always in control of the ball. It doesn't matter how quick you go. Once you've got the basics of the dribble right, we want you to really concentrate on getting a quick turn around the marker and explode away. And don't forget to practice with your weaker foot as well. I hope you liked today's drill. Keep practicing and we'll have another video for you tomorrow at FAI Grassroots. We'd love to see videos of how you get on with the box dribble, and we'll be sharing some of our favorites. Just tag us at FAI Grassroots and use the hashtag FAI Home Skills. Our favorite video each day will win an FAI goodie bag in the post. Well done to everyone who's staying at home. And to those of you who have to go out there to the front line, whether you are medics or providing other essential services, a special thanks to all of you. This is an FAI Grassroots presentation in association with the SFAI and FAI schools.
Hi everyone, welcome to the FAI Home Skills. Today we've got a new exercise for you to try. Today's exercise is a passing and receiving drill. Please make sure you're in a safe place and there's no chance of breaking anything around you.
All you need is a ball and a wall. Start 1 metre from the wall. Pass the ball off a wall using the inside of your foot. Plant your opposite foot beside the ball before you pass. Repeat using your opposite foot. Repeat over and over about 100 times and concentrate on the weight and accuracy of the pass. Time how many times you can do it in a minute without losing control. Now go about 5 metres from the wall and repeat. Again, concentrate on the accuracy and the weight of the pass. Don't forget to work on both feet.
This is a great skill to have. I hope you enjoyed it. Keep practicing at home and we'll see you again tomorrow with another new drill. Just log into @FAI Grassroots to check it out.
We'd love to see videos of you trying this skill. We'll pick out some of our favourites every day and share them online. Just tag us at FAI Grassroots or use the hashtag FAI Home Skills on your posts. Our favourite video each day will win an FAI goodie bag in the post.
Not being able to play sport and see our friends and family is something we're all struggling with at this moment in time. Remember, stay active, and by staying at home we are saving lives. Thanks for watching everyone, we'll see you again tomorrow.
This is a FAI Grassroots presentation in association with the SFAI and the FAI schools.
Hi everyone, welcome back to the FAI Home Skills. Today we've another new exercise for you to try. This exercise is the shooting exercise. This drill is designed to help you in your goal scoring ability. Please make sure you're in a safe place and that nothing can be broken.
All you need is 4 cones or markers and a goal. Use anything that works: poles, books or plastic bottles. Start off slowly so you're in control of the ball. If you have a wall, pass the ball off the ball and take it on the half turn with the outside of your foot. Dribble in and out through the cones or markers and shoot. Hit the ball with the instep of your foot for more accuracy. Once you've got the basics right, you can try with more power, but always accuracy over power. Time yourself and don't forget, use your weaker foot too.
Have fun with this skill everyone. We'll have more skills coming your way. Just be sure to log into @FAI Grassroots to check it out.
Please send us videos of you working on your home skills. We'll pick out some of our favourites every day and share them online. Just tag us at FAI Grassroots or use the hashtag FAI Home Skills on your posts. Our favourite video each day will win an FAI goodie bag in the post.
We'll be back playing football with our friends and families in no time. But for now, well done for everyone for staying at home. And to everyone on the front line, medics and essential services, a big thank you from us.
This is our FAI Grassroots presentation in association with the SFAI and the FAI schools.
Hey everyone, it's Leanne Kiernan here and welcome to Home Skills. Today we have a new challenge for you. Make sure you have a clear space with nothing that you can hit around you. Today we have a ball mastery practice called the L-drag. It can be quite tricky, so take your time and make sure the technique is just right. Many top players around the world use this skill. It can be quite useful when you're being man-marked by an opposition to get into free space.
To begin, lay down 2 markers in front of you. Position yourself to the outside of the right marker. Roll the ball slightly behind your body with the sole of your right foot and push it across to your left foot. Take a touch around the left cone so that you are level with it and repeat in the opposite direction. Once you have the technique right, you can start to do it a little quicker. Make it harder by challenging yourself to get 10 good ones without a mistake, or by going a full minute with no mistakes.
So there you have it. That's called the L-drag. I hope you enjoyed learning. Tune in tomorrow to see your next skill and log into @FAI Grassroots.
Make sure to post your progress online so we can see your L-drag. Every day we'll pick some of our favourite videos and repost them. Tag us @FAI Grassroots and use the hashtag FAI Home Skills on your posts. Our favourite video each day will win an FAI goodie bag.
It is so important to keep active and have some fun while staying at home. Thank you for everybody for playing their part. It won't last forever. And trust me, I know you want to get back on the pitch, but so do I. But to do that, we'll have to stay at home. Tune in tomorrow for your next skill.
This is an FAI Grassroots presentation in association with the SFAI and the FAI schools.
Hi everyone, Leanne Kiernan here and welcome back to Home Skills. I hope you enjoyed the skill yesterday. Now to learn more today. Make sure you're in a safe place so you can't hit off anything to start it off with. Today we have a ball mastery practice called the sole, push and pull. This one can be quite tricky at the start, but is actually a lot of fun. So take your time and gradually build up so that you can get faster and faster. This skill is very good for working on your coordination, your balance, and your ball control.
Lay down 4 markers in a square of about 1 meter by 1 meter. Any type of markers will work, shoes or some books maybe. Stand to the right of the first marker, outside the square. Using the sole of your right foot, push the ball forwards past the second marker. Then pull it backwards using the same foot through the centre of the square. Repeat on the other side. Use your opposite leg to hop and stay balanced while you keep control of the ball. You should always be facing the same direction. When you have the basics right, try to use your weaker foot. Challenge yourself by counting the number of times you can complete the square without making a mistake.
So there you have it. That is known as the sole, push and pull. I hope you enjoyed that one today.
Please post your progress online so we can see how you are getting on. Every day we'll pick some of our favourite videos and repost them. Simply tag us @FAI Grassroots and use the hashtag FAI Home Skills. Our favourite video each day will win an FAI goodie bag in the post.
And that's all for today. But before I go, I'd like to say a special thank you to all the frontline workers out there, whether you're a medic or providing essential goods. Thank you for all your services. Also, thank you for everybody for joining in and by staying at home. I hope you enjoyed the skills.
This is an FAI Grassroots presentation in association with the SFAI and the FAI schools.
Hi everybody, welcome back to Home Skills. I hope you've enjoyed our skills so far and we've another great drill for you today. As always, before you begin, make sure you're in a safe space. Today we've another dribbling practice that everyone can have fun with, The practice is designed to help you keep the ball close to your body as you change direction and turn. In a square of about 2 meters, lay out some obstacles in random order about 2 feet apart like we've done. You can use anything at home, anything that works, even plastic bottles. The idea is to start at one side of the area and get to the other without hitting an obstacle. We're going to start slowly. Make sure you've got full ball control. It doesn't matter how quickly you go, the aim is to be in control of the ball at all times. Once you've got the basics right, you can start making it more difficult by starting from different sides or by changing the distance and or the number of obstacles. You can also try timing yourself. Can you get 30 seconds without hitting an obstacle? Or time yourself with using your weaker foot? Or maybe you can use the Cruyff turn and go back through the other side. You can mix up this skill in so many different ways. I hope you enjoy it. We'll have another great video out tomorrow morning, so be sure to check back in at the FEI Grassroots. Make sure you post your progress online so we can see how you're getting on. Every day we'll pick some of our favourite videos and repost them. Simply tag us at FEI Grassroots and use the hashtag FEI Home Skills on your posts. Our favourite video each day will get an FEI goodie bag in the post. Well done to everyone for continuing to stay at home. Remember to keep active and try and get yourself 30 minutes of exercise every day so you're ready to get back on the pitch when this is all over. Have some fun and stay safe. Thanks for watching everyone. We'll see you tomorrow. This is an FEI Grassroots presentation in association with the SFEI and FEI Schools. Hi everyone, welcome back to Home Skills. We've loved seeing all of the videos coming in so far and we're really excited to see how everyone gets on with this one today. As always, just make sure you're in a clear space. Today's practice is called the football dance. This is a ball mastery practice, although today is mainly about having fun. This will also really improve your footwork and coordination, which are both vital when you're playing football. The setup couldn't be any simpler. All you need is a football. The great thing about this is it can be done essentially anywhere. This might take a little bit of getting used to, so start really slowly by understanding the movement first before you can get in the full flow of it. To help with the rhythm, start by doing some toe taps on top of the ball. When you feel comfortable to get going, start by touching your right foot on top of the ball, then touch your left foot on top of the ball. Followed by bringing your right foot behind the ball and your left foot on top of the ball again. Then repeat in opposite directions. If you need a little bit of help, first only concentrate more on your dominant side, gain some confidence, then move to a less dominant side. So that's the football dance. It's quite complicated, so really take your time and work up to the speed. We'll have another great skill for you tomorrow, so be sure to check it out at FEI Grassroots. Make sure you post your progress online so we can see how you're getting on. Every day we'll pick some of our favourite videos and repost them. Simply tag us at FEI Grassroots and use the hashtag FEI Home Skills on your posts. Our favourite video each day will get an FEI goodie bag in the post. Remember to keep active, stay at home, stay healthy and have some fun. We know it's tough not seeing your friends, but this isn't forever. You'll be back on the pitch soon and training in no time. Thanks for watching everyone. This is an FEI Grassroots presentation in association with the SFEI and FEI Schools. Hi everyone, welcome back to Home Skills. Your chance to work on your skills whilst your usual training and exercise has to take a break. Before we get started, I just want to say make sure you're in a clear space where nothing can be broken. Today we want you to practice your skills and tricks to beat a defender in a 1v1 situation. We'll show you some basic moves, but we want you to be as creative as possible and show us what you've got in the locker. All you need is a single marker. Set the marker about 2 meters out, pretend it's a defender. It's very simple to get started. Position yourself 2 meters away from the marker. When you're close enough, use your favourite move, trick or skill to get past the marker. Keep practicing this one skill until you're comfortable with it and then change to another. Remember, this one is all about having fun, so show us your elasticos, rainbow flicks and roulettes, and more importantly, enjoy it. So that's our skill for today. Every day over the next few weeks, myself and the rest of the gang here will be offering lots more ideas on how to help you improve your football skills at home. Tomorrow we'll be guiding you through some more skills, so be sure to log in at FEI Grassroots. Make sure you post your progress online so we can see how you're getting on. Every day we'll pick some of our favourite videos and repost them. Simply tag us at FEI Grassroots and use the hashtag FEI Home Skills on your posts. Our favourite video each day will get an FEI goodie bag in the post. We know how difficult it is for everybody at home right now, not being able to see your mates, some of your family members. Being stuck inside for such a long time doesn't do anyone's head any good. But remember, it's not forever. By staying inside, you're saving people's lives, and we're all in this together. We can try and get through it and help each other out along the way. This is an FEI Grassroots presentation in association with the SFEI and FEI Schools. Hi everyone, welcome to Home Skills. We've loved seeing all your videos so far, and we're looking forward to seeing how you get on with this one today. Just make sure you've got a clear space around you. We've got a great passing and receiving exercise for you today. All you need is a ball, a wall and a marker. This can be a cone, shoe or anything you find at home that won't break. If you don't have a wall to use, you can improvise, for example using a step. Pass the ball off the wall using the inside of your foot. Plant the opposite foot beside the ball before you pass. When the ball rebounds back, use your first touch, which is the inside of your foot, to move the ball across the cone and pass back to the opposite foot. Start off slowly and then build up your speed. Once you've mastered this, progress the outside of your foot and move the ball across the cone. Okay guys, that's our skill for today. I hope you enjoyed it and be sure to keep training. We've got another skill coming to you tomorrow, so be sure to log on at FEI Grassroots. Keep practicing these skills at home so you can stay sharp for when you get back on the pitch. Make sure you post your progress online so we can see how you're getting on. Every day we'll pick some of our favourite videos and repost them. Simply tag us at FEI Grassroots and use the hashtag FEI Home Skills on your posts. Our favourite video each day will get an FEI goodie bag in the post. Well done to everyone for staying at home, staying active and working on your football skills. It's really important to get some exercise in every single day when you're staying at home. To everyone on the front line, medics, essential workers and everybody who's helping us out, a special thank you from us. Thanks for watching everybody, and we'll see you tomorrow. This is an FEI Grassroots presentation in association with the SFEI and FEI Schools. Hi everyone, and welcome back to FEI Home Skills. We hope you've enjoyed all of our great skills so far, and we've got another great one coming up for you today. Get your football and find a clear space. Today we've got a shooting exercise for you. This is designed to help you develop your goal scoring skills. All you need is one cone or a marker, a wall and a goal. If you don't have a wall to use, you can improvise, for example using a step. Place your cone about 5 meters in front of the goal. Imagine the marker is a defender. If you have a wall, pass the ball off the wall and take it with the outside of your foot away from the defender and shoot into either corner. Hit the ball with the instep of your foot for more accuracy. Initially, try doing it slowly so you're in control. Once you've got the basics right, you can try with more power, but always accuracy over power. You can also make it easier by moving it closer to the goal or harder by moving it further away. Don't forget to practice with your weaker foot. Okay guys, that's our skill for today. I hope you enjoyed it and be sure to keep practicing and staying active. We've got more skills coming to you, so be sure to log in and check them out at FEI Grassroots. Make sure you post your progress online so we can see how you're getting on. Every day we'll pick some of our favourite videos and repost them. Simply tag us at FEI Grassroots and use the hashtag FEI Home Skills on your posts. Our favourite video each day will get an FEI goodie bag in the post. Having to stay at home and not see our friends is tough, so let's try and stay active and at home for now. We'll be back playing football with our friends in no time. By staying inside, we're saving people's lives. Remember, we're all in this together, so let's help each other through. Thanks for watching, everybody. This is an FEI grassroots presentation in association with the SFEI and FEI schools.
Witam serdecznie w moim autorskim programie 15 minut przy kawie. Możemy również powiedzieć 15 minutes with coffee. Moim dzisiejszym gościem jest pani Jolanta Górnicka, dyrektor oraz założyciel Polskiej Szkoły w Kilkenny imienia Jana Pawła II. Witam Cię serdecznie, Jolu.
Witam i dziękuję za zaproszenie.
Bardzo mi miło, przyjemność po mojej stronie. Mam do Ciebie takie pytanie, bo zaczęliśmy tutaj troszeczkę po polsku, trochę po angielsku. Powiedz mi, jak bardzo ważna jest mowa nasza polska, jeżeli mieszkamy za granicą? Co uważasz na ten temat?
Wszystkie szkoły polskie, które powstają czy w Irlandii, czy na całym świecie, mają przede wszystkim za zadanie nauczanie języka polskiego. No ale również bardzo ważne jest trzymanie, czy po prostu podtrzymywanie, wzmacnianie dwujęzyczności u dzieci.
Oczywiście. I tu mam pytanie, przepraszam, że Ci przerwę, ponieważ bardzo często spotykam się z tym, że rodzice przestają rozmawiać z dziećmi po polsku, ponieważ uważają, że jest to ogromne obciążenie oraz trudność dla małego człowieka. Nie jestem nauczycielem, nie znam się na tym, ale myślę, że taki młody umysł na pewno szybciej chłonie wiedzę, jak i z ogromną łatwością uczy się nowych języków. Nam jest trudniej, o czym wiemy na pewno, tak. Bo ja mieszkam tu 16 lat i w dalszym ciągu łapię się nad tym, że częściej pomyślę po polsku niż po angielsku, ale może mogłabyś wytłumaczyć mnie oraz naszym słuchaczom, jak to wygląda z takim małym człowiekiem, kiedy uczy się 2, a nawet czasem 3 języków naraz.
Co to jest w ogóle dwujęzyczność, prawda? Dwujęzyczność to jest przede wszystkim zdolność rozumienia i zdolność posługiwania się w mowie 2 językami. To jest właśnie dwujęzyczność. Oczywiście mogą być też 3 czy 4 języki, wtedy to jest wielojęzyczność, prawda? Dwujęzyczność to jest niesamowite bogactwo, które mamy obowiązek dać swoim dzieciom, ale trzeba na to troszeczkę popracować.
Oczywiście, ale czy jest to obciążenie dla młodego człowieka?
Jeśli chodzi o umysł młodego człowieka, to nie jest to w ogóle żadne obciążenie. To są mity, które już dawno już zostały, że tak powiem,
obalone. Nie ma ich.
Absolutnie. To są mity. Mianowicie dziecko jest w stanie nauczyć się kilku języków naraz.
Fantastyczne.
Mózg po prostu małego dziecka, bo to oczywiście dwujęzycznym człowiekiem może również stać się dorosły. Natomiast musi podjąć ten trud uczenia się, prawda? To jest tak jakby od tyłu. Natomiast dziecko uczy się tego naturalnie, tak jak uśmiechu.
Dokładnie.
Po prostu. Nie musi za bardzo się wysilać, prawda?
Tak. Słyszałam kiedyś też coś takiego, że pomaga to w rozwoju, że nauka jakby kilku języków naraz pomaga nam w tym, jak się rozwijamy pod względem artystycznym, pod względem muzycznym. Czy to jest prawda? To mnie bardzo ciekawi.
Znaczy korzyści są niewspółmierne do tego trudu, który należy włożyć. No przede wszystkim korzyści dla rozwoju emocjonalnego.
Niesamowite.
Są olbrzymie. Zachowanie języka i przyswojenie całego dziedzictwa kulturalnego obojga rodziców ma ogromny wpływ na kształtowanie się tożsamości i poczucia przynależności dziecka. To jest bardzo ważna rzecz. Czyli dorastanie w atmosferze poszanowania języka i dorobku kulturalnego rodziców ma ogromny wpływ na budowanie poczucia pewności siebie. Dziecko po prostu wie, kim jest, skąd pochodzi, jakie są jego korzenie. To jest coś bardzo ważnego dla dalszego rozwoju, we wszystkich aspektach później. Ma to ogromny wpływ oczywiście na utrzymanie kontaktów z rodziną.
To jest chyba najważniejsze,
To jest
prawda?
ogromnie ważne, czyli mogą swobodnie, prawda, jechać do Polski, nasze dzieci polskie tutaj i kontaktować się z dziadkami, kontaktować się z resztą rodziny i z rówieśnikami, prawda? Jest to bardzo ważne. Ma ogromny wpływ dla rozwoju intelektualnego.
Czyli jak najbardziej zachęcamy, tak?
Ale
uczmy się języka polskiego, nie rezygnujmy z niego. Jak rozwiązać w takim razie taką sytuację, kiedy jeden z rodziców jest obcokrajowcem? Jak to rozwiązać
No
w domu?
te dzieci mają na pewno trudniej. Te dzieci na pewno mają trudniej, ale oczywiście jest...
Ale czy znasz takie przykłady,
tak,
że można?
u nas w szkole,
proszę.
no już jest coraz to więcej rodzin mieszanych, prawda? Coraz to więcej. No niektóre rodziny radzą sobie lepiej z tym, niektóre radzą sobie gorzej. Wiadomo, bo to wcale nie jest takie proste.
Tak.
Najlepiej zacząć od początku.
Czyli generalnie wszyscy się uczą tego nowego języka, bo zarówno ten tata czy mama, którzy nie mówią w języku polskim, mogą też się nauczyć. To są takie dodatkowe korzyści.
To jest bardzo wskazane, ale jaka jest zasada taka najprostsza, ale ona wymaga ogromnej konsekwencji. Mianowicie, no, jeden język, jedna osoba. To jest taka zasada. Czyli mama na przykład, powiedzmy, że jest Polką, więc mówi do dziecka tylko po polsku. Natomiast ojciec jest Irlandczykiem, mówi do dziecka tylko po angielsku. Ale nie można mieszać języków.
Niesamowite.
I to jest, i jeśli się, tylko że trzeba trzymać się tej zasady.
Czyli konsekwentność, czyli podstawa w wychowaniu.
Konsekwentność. Znaczy ja to widzę na przykładzie niektórych rodzin, także widzę, że to zdaje rezultaty, ale pamiętam właśnie jak profesor Jan Miodek gościł tutaj u nas w Polsce i on dawał taki przykład właśnie, obserwował to również w Polsce. Mianowicie przyjechała rodzina z Anglii, mama Polka, ojciec Anglik i tak samo wychowywali właśnie dzieci, to znaczy to dziecko mówiło do ojca tylko po angielsku, natomiast przechodziło, zmieniało język, gdy zwracało się do matki, mówiło tylko po polsku, a więc jest to do zrobienia, tylko tak jak mówię, niesamowita konsekwencja i potem już no, nie będzie problemów, prawda? A dziecku dajemy coś niesamowicie cennego.
Kolejna informacja, jaką gdzieś tam po drodze usłyszałam, to dzieci właśnie z takich rodzin, i nie tylko mieszanych, ale dzieci tych polskich rodzin, które idą do szkoły, podobno zaczynają mówić troszeczkę później i przyswajać pewne informacje później, ponieważ uczą się jakby w jednym czasie dwóch języków.
Tak, tylko niektóre tak mają, ale to nie jest to związane że tak powiem, z językami.
Rozumiem.
Jest to związane po prostu z tym, że dziecko w ogóle zaczyna mówić później i to jest z tym związane. Natomiast to kwestia przyswajania języków, no dwujęzyczność nie ma tutaj, znaczy tak badania, prawda, naukowe stwierdzają, że dwujęzyczność nie ma tutaj, nie ma z tym nic wspólnego, że to jest po prostu no taki, tak się rozwija to dziecko.
Rozumiem.
Można powiedzieć.
Jak sobie radzić w sytuacji, kiedy dziecko miesza języki? Kiedy odrabia na przykład swoje lekcje po angielsku i myli sobie literki, co jest akurat bardzo często u mojej córki, kiedy myli w zły. Jak to z tym sobie radzić?
No to po prostu ćwiczyć. To nic nie,
czyli konsekwencja?
Konsekwencja ćwiczyć,
tak?
bo to przyjdzie, tylko musimy pamiętać o tym, rodzice muszą pamiętać, żeby dzieci za bardzo nie stresować tym upominaniem, prawda, mówieniem, że źle robi. No po prostu znaleźć sposób, żeby trafiać łagodnie do dziecka i ćwiczyć właśnie to, co wymaga ćwiczenia.
Czyli jak we wszystkim nie zrażamy, pomagamy, ale nie zrażamy.
Absolutnie, no i oczywiście rodzicom w tym wszystkim pomaga szkoła polska, pomagają szkoły polskie, bo tam...
Od kiedy istnieje polska szkoła?
Polska szkoła istnieje już 6. rok. Już 6. rok, tak.
Skąd w ogóle pomysł, żeby stworzyć taką placówkę?
Pomysł znaczy w dużej mierze pomogli tutaj rodzice, ale nie od nich to jakby ten początek się wziął. Mianowicie myśmy chcieli, w Karlu jest bardzo dobra szkoła i tam równe szanse i myśmy właśnie chcieli stworzyć filię tej szkoły. No niestety to jakby nie odniosło żadnego skutku. No więc dyrektorka tej szkoły powiedziała, no to musisz założyć szkołę w Kilkenny.
Czyli to był taki bodziec z boku,
to był taki bodziec, ale bardzo wsparty rodzicami, bo okazało się, że rodzice mają ogromną potrzebę właśnie, żeby w Kilkenny powstała taka szkoła i bardzo, bardzo mi w tym pomogli. Bardzo mi w tym pomogli.
Czyli potrzebujemy też rodziców, tak? Którzy się będą angażować, którzy będą pomagać i walczyć jakby o swoje dzieci w tym wszystkim.
Oczywiście i takich rodziców mamy. Przez te 6 lat takich rodziców mamy, jest ich bardzo dużo, którzy wspierają szkołę, którzy przede wszystkim rozumieją, jakie to jest ważne dla dzieci. Warto to wykorzystać po prostu, że istnieje, że jest taka szkoła. Warto to wykorzystać.
To troszeczkę też jest tak, że to jest nasza ta Polonia, nasza wspólnota, która powinna jakby łączyć nas, Polaków.
Oczywiście.
Tutaj na miejscu w Kilkenny, ale czy są też dzieci na przykład spoza Kilkenny? Dojeżdżające.
Kilkoro, tak. Kilkoro jest. Nie jest ich dużo, ale są z Carlos, Thomastown i jeszcze spoza Thomastown, teraz wyszła mi z głowy ta nazwa, ale owszem, ale nie jest ich dużo. Ale nie jest ich dużo.
Czyli w polskiej szkole generalnie czego się uczymy? Wiadomo, języka polskiego, ale jak wyglądają lekcje?
Tak, uczymy się języka polskiego, uczymy się również, dostarczamy również dzieciom ogólnej wiedzy o Polsce. Z elementami historii, z elementami geografii, no i pielęgnujemy, co wydaje mi się bardzo ważne, pielęgnujemy również całą kulturę polską, prawda, czyli tradycje, obyczaje, pielęgnujemy i jakby wdrażamy, uczymy tego, prawda, też nasze dzieci. Także no to jest, wydaje mi się, ogromna pomoc też dla rodziców.
Ogromne, na pewno, tak. Na pewno wydaje mi się też, że jeżeli ma ktoś nie jedno dziecko, ale dwójkę, trójkę, to już jest mniej czasu, a na pewno polska szkoła jest w stanie pomóc w tym, odciążyć nas troszeczkę rodziców, prawda?
Oczywiście, tak mi się wydaje i nawet trochę ukierunkować, bo ci rodzice wiedzą na przykład, co mają robić, prawda?
Czasem wydaje mi się, że ludzie się mogą pogubić w tym wszystkim, prawda? Bo wydaje się komuś, że na przykład już nigdy nie wróci do Polski, więc po co mam uczyć dziecka polskiego? Ale to, co w sumie powiedziałaś na samym początku, po to, aby mieć kontakt z tą rodziną w Polsce.
To jest jedno, ale no, jest jeszcze wielu naukowców, bo oczywiście cały czas te badania naukowe trwają nad tą dwujęzycznością. Wielu naukowców twierdzi, że jeśli dziecko nie nauczy się dobrze, ale tak gruntownie swojego języka ojczystego, czyli jeśli te struktury językowe nie powstaną w mózgu, to tak naprawdę on nigdy nie będzie dobrze mówił również w innych językach.
O proszę.
To są też takie, także to jest ogromnie ważne. To jest ogromnie ważne.
Czyli nawołujemy do tego, abyśmy
Oczywiście,
się uczyli
tak.
języka polskiego. Nie rezygnujmy, nawet jeżeli nam się wydaje, że to jest jakieś obciążenie dla dziecka.
Nie rezygnujmy. I tak jak mówię, szkoły pomagają w tym. Ta edukacja rozpoczyna się u nas, prawda? W naszej szkole już na poziomie przedszkolnym.
Właśnie, bo polska szkoła to nie tylko polska szkoła, ale i grupa przedszkolaków.
Tak, mamy tych przedszkolaków bardzo sporo, co roku. Rodzice to rozumieją. Te dzieci, czym mniejsze dzieci, tym bardziej lubią szkołę polską. Później wiadomo,
no to już potem w życiu różnie wychodzi.
Niemniej jednak ta edukacja trwa do matury, bo my również przygotowujemy dzieci polskie do matury.
Właśnie o to miałam zapytać.
Tak, do matury.
Są już dzieci, które na przykład zostały przygotowane i zdały maturę?
Oczywiście, to już trwa 5 lat. Tak, już
Proszę
mamy.
bardzo.
To są grupy, różnie to bywa, bo to są grupy, no ale 2 lata temu, no bo wiadomo, że teraz problemy są też były też lokalowe. Więc nie mieliśmy nawet wystarczająco dużo miejsca na taką grupę, ale 2 lata temu mieliśmy 8 dzieci, które wspaniale zdały maturę. I tak jak mówię, szkoły bardzo pomagają właśnie zdawać maturę, po prostu zdać maturę.
Na pewno wszystkie dzieci są wyjątkowe, które przychodzą
oczywiście.
do polskiej szkoły, ale czy są jakieś perełki?
Tak, no to zdarzają się perełki.
Są perełki, bo z tego, co robiłam sobie taki mały research, aby sprawdzić, jak to wygląda, to polska szkoła to nie tylko szkoła, do której dzieci chodzą raz w tygodniu się uczą, ale również konkursy różnego rodzaju. Może coś o tym mogłabyś więcej opowiedzieć?
Tak, oczywiście. Nasze dzieci uczestniczą w konkursach międzyszkolnych, ale również i w konkursach, nasza uczennica Martyna wzięła udział w konkursie międzykontynentalnym, prawda? W konkursie recytatorskim. Dużo tych talentów się też pojawia i myślę, że to dzięki właśnie szkole polskiej.
Fantastyczne, że jest takie miejsce, które może to wyłapać, bo czasami nam rodzicom może coś umknąć. Możemy sobie, wydaje mi się, nie zdawać sprawy, że nasze dziecko ma zdolności, których my nie mamy w ogóle.
Oczywiście.
Dlatego nie zwracamy na to uwagi, a odpowiedni ludzie mogą to zauważyć. Czyli posyłajmy dzieci do polskiej szkoły.
Zachęcam i zapraszam.
W jaki sposób możemy się zgłosić w takim razie? Jak to wygląda w tym momencie? Bo mamy czerwiec i na pewno ktoś tutaj słuchając nas pomyśli, że dlaczego nie, może puszczę moje dziecko. Jak to wygląda? Jakbyś mogła pokierować taką osobę?
Znaczy najlepiej zadzwonić, mamy numer kontaktowy, prawda, na stronie. Na stronie mamy stronę internetową, mamy również na Facebooku, tam można znaleźć numer kontaktowy. Najlepiej po prostu zadzwonić, albo we wrześniu na Facebooku wszystkie informacje będą się pojawiać, a we wrześniu zwykle zaczynamy w drugi tydzień września. Rodzice po prostu, którzy chcą zapisać, przychodzą. Przed zajęciami mamy przygotowane karty zgłoszenia i zapisują. Oczywiście można to zrobić wcześniej telefonicznie. To wtedy już jakby miejsce szykujemy dla tego ucznia.
Fantastycznie. Bardzo Ci dziękuję za to, że znalazłaś czas dla mnie i że mogłyśmy porozmawiać o tak bardzo ważnej sprawie dla nas wszystkich mieszkających właśnie poza granicami Polski. Życzę Ci przede wszystkim zdrowia, ale żebyś miała nadal tyle siły, tyle energii, entuzjazmu, żebyś robiła to, co robisz, bo jest to fantastyczne.
Bardzo dziękuję, Aniu, bardzo dziękuję za to zaproszenie. Dziękuję, że mogłam zaprezentować Polską Szkołę w Kilkenny. Bardzo dziękuję, że mi to udostępniłaś. Dziękuję bardzo.
Państwu dziękuję, że poświęciliście nam właśnie to 15 minut i zachęcam do śledzenia naszej strony oraz tego programu. Do widzenia.
Nicholas. This is my 4th year in this school. I joined when I was in 5th class. I wanted to join this school. It was my decision. It was a hard decision because I was at the point of my life where I was starting secondary school. I was going from an all-English primary school to an all-Irish secondary school, so that was hard. Also learning Polish. So that was a hard decision, but I'm happy that I made it and I'm happy to be here.
My name is Martina and I've been in school for around 5 to 6 years. I really just, as in the last one, I really like the atmosphere here and the teachers. They're really nice and they're really comforting here. If you have like a problem, you can always go to them and they'll like help you and everything. And the work overall here is really great and I like just going here every day, every Friday, and the friends here and everything, they're all really nice and kind.
My name is Christian. I am here for 3 years. I'm not really sure exactly. I came here nearly straight away after I came to Ireland.
My name is Marcel. I've been in the school for around 3 to 4 years. I joined in 2nd class.
I like that there's mutual respect between the teachers and the students, you know. Everything is well organized. You learn through games, through fun most of the time, but you know, when it has to be serious, it is serious.
Well, we learn here history, geography and grammar, as in some of the letters here, they're different, like there's an S with a dot and all of that. So we learn that because it is pretty hard to because there's a lot of words that can be different, and the teachers just help us a lot with it. And the history in general is basically the past, what happened in World War II and World War I, and how Polish changed over all the years. And my favourite subject would probably be learning about different Polish people that have won different Nobel Prizes or different things they succeeded in from Polish history.
During the lockdown, I mostly missed my friends and all the teachers and learning about Poland.
I definitely mostly missed working here with my friends.
I probably missed a lot of friends because of the lockdown. Some of the people went somewhere else and continued the Polish school.
Best wishes to Ireland and Poland!
What does the NYCI do? Well, we represent voluntary youth organisations in Ireland. We do a lot. For instance, we build solidarity in the youth work sector. We act on issues that affect young people, and we promote equality, inclusion and diversity.
Do you work with young people or youth workers?
Both. We also work in partnership with government departments and agencies, as well as the wider community and voluntary sector. We advocate for young people and lobby on national and international youth policy. And we empower young people to engage and take action on the issues that matter to them.
Wow, cool.
Yes, it is. There are over 1,400 people working in the sector, and youth work wouldn't happen without the contributions of more than 40,000 volunteers. All our members are important to us.
Do you provide any training?
Sure, we provide practical training and certified courses for our members and support to build your organisation's capacity, as well as representing your interests at national level.
So does that mean you work on policy too?
Yes. We are a proven source of accurate media-friendly research and information, making it easier for policymakers to take action on the issues that affect young people.
Nice one.
In short, we're champions of young people and those working with them, and with organisations supporting more than 382,000 young people nationwide, we can deliver real positive change. So, what can you do to get involved? Get in touch with the NYCI today.
A just transition. She seems unsure about her mission, as if whatever is ahead of her seems like such a confliction. Still wandering, yet knowing where she needs to go. You can almost see the thoughts in her blue eyes simply just at a flow. She feels guilty all of a sudden, as if she didn't want to leave anyone behind. Turns around to everyone and asks, "Why do you all seem so blind?" Confused, she looks at all of the tampered communities. 'Twas as if they couldn't see just the plethora of open opportunities. As the bright green grass bristles against her toes, yet the hot air and smell of fuel infests at her nose. Sick she feels at where she is at, as if the world she sits in feels off, sick, or even just crap. "Follow me," she yelps at an unbothered community, too busy with their lives as if they have this sense of immunity. "It will be better," she states, even cleaner, she narrates, as if wherever she goes a better future awaits. Division she notices, and how confused she seems at the minority communities facing adverse extremes. She talks about inclusive communities and fair societies. "I promise," she said, as if that would quell our environmental anxieties. Sustainable fisheries and greener deliveries. She will be why we talk about such histories. Just transition is her name. Follow her now and leave no one to blame. Young people, old people, businesses and sectors. She talks to you to warn you before it festers. Urban, rural, everyone alike. She's calling you now, come and take your mic. She speaks of smiling oceans and clear emotions. It will be because of her we stopped all of these commotions. Smiling she begins, noticing communities listen. She calls on us to act now and end this division. Learn from this we must, and never ignore future signs. It will be because of her just transition that extends this world's deadlines. Just transition is her name. We must carry on forward together with her, with the clear absence of shame.
We know that youth work makes a real difference in the lives of young people and the communities they live in. But sometimes we need more evidence to convince those who make the decisions that youth work is value for money and makes economic sense. So we commissioned Indicon to help us find out more. Ireland has one of the highest youth populations in the EU. There are over 880,000 young people between the ages of 10 and 24. That's 18.4% of the population. Many young people have been hit hard by the recession. Ireland has the fourth highest number of young people not in education, employment or training. That's 18.4% here compared to the EU average of 12.9%. We have the highest number of children and young people under 18 at risk of poverty and social exclusion at 37.6% compared to the EU average of 27%. 29.4% of young people under 25 are unemployed. Over a third of young men aged between 20 and 24 are also unemployed. Youth work organisations are working hard to meet the needs of young people, especially the most disadvantaged. The Indicon report shows that the youth work sector is significant in scale and scope. Over 380,000 young people participate in and benefit from youth work, of which 53.3% are socially or economically disadvantaged. Almost 1,400 staff work in a paid and professional capacity in the sector, with over 40,000 volunteers involved in organising and supporting youth services. 26% of young people in Ireland participate in a youth club or organisation. That's the highest in the EU. €79 million in public funding was spent on the youth work sector in 2011. The annual investment is €206 for every young person participating in youth work. That's less than €4 per week. Indicon found that the state will benefit to the value of €2 billion for the €992 million investment over the next 10 years. That means for every euro the state invests in youth work, it saves €2.22 in the long run. So we think you'll agree, youth work is value for money and makes economic sense. Find out more at youth.ie.
My dream is that this unique partnership becomes stronger and demonstrates the impact of working together on issues such as climate justice to policymakers, communities, industries, etc.
I think our main goal is to make members aware of what climate justice is. When you break it down and do more research into it, it is something that affects all of us and that we can all get involved with.
We want to empower a generation of young people who will fight for a sustainable world for all. There are small changes that people can make which will make a big difference long term. This project will hopefully be a catalyst for more action and not just another tokenistic project. The goal is to move towards a more just society.
We have a moral responsibility to act. I would like us to get rid of notions such as them versus us. If we have learned something from the pandemic, it's the principle that we're all in this together. We hope to spark this collective action in our group, with young people becoming active and critical participants in their community as part of a global family.
For young people, climate change can sound big, but bringing in the social aspect can make it easy to see how climate change will affect us all. Bringing these two together, you get climate justice, and that's what our project is about. We need to get rid of the fear that people think that if they make the choice that's better for the planet, that their quality of life will go down. I want to acknowledge that there are other young people in developing countries who are literally living with the effects of climate change today and who need our solidarity. We need to make change in our part of the world.
I hope that people will listen more and begin to change the way they live to be more aware of what's going on.
I hope to highlight the reality of rural young people and advocate for more resources to support us if we want this transition to be just for all. It's about how we can make rural communities desirable, resilient and green.
We aim to increase our knowledge and awareness, share our learning with our peers and our community.
To highlight to young people from disadvantaged and ethnic minority backgrounds that their say in climate issues matter.
We hope that each one of us involved in this project will take a new perspective that may not be their own into consideration just because they have been exposed to others' reality in this group.
Throughout history, we have seen people make powerful choices that have resulted in transformative change and powerful movements. Nelson Mandela, Greta Thunberg, Mary Robinson, Malala Yousafzai, and Rosa Parks.
I resisted the idea of being mistreated and pushed around because of my race.
We have seen people power, or social movements, grow from an individual idea, from a small group's determination to change something that they felt to be unjust, unfair, or discriminatory. To make that one small change, creating a better world. Power can be defined as having control, authority, or influence over others. This can have positive and negative results. Power can be abused and seen as evil, biased, or undeserved. Power can be seen as good, even-handed, positive, and transformative. It can be something inherited, gained, or given for exercising values that will help move and empower others for the good of people and planet. Power inequalities have been in existence throughout the history of humanity, and they are still very much present in today's world. Power is key to understanding the relationships and structures that have historically shaped who we are and how we live, creating new and exciting opportunities, but also potentially negatively exploiting people and planet in the name of global capitalism and progression. Power is available to young people and within young people. How well they understand it, recognise it, and use it may just determine the future of all life on this planet.
Why evaluate a global youth work approach? In a busy youth work organisation, stepping back can help you to see the before and after pieces of the really important work that you do. What are the skills, knowledge and attitudes that can grow from a global youth work approach? Planting the seeds of a global youth work approach is empowering young people to develop values and attitudes that will take them on a lifelong journey of connection, growth, and personal change towards being active global justice citizens. Within a group or organisation, stepping back and asking, where are we now, can help you to plan and develop specific skills and knowledge. Youth 2030 is keen to help you on a journey that sees the skills and good practice you already have and starts to look at how you can build on these skills so that in 6 months' time you can see how you are growing in confidence in using global youth work and the social justice and transformative tools of development education to support young people in their own personal journeys of growth, seeing themselves as global citizens and change makers. In starting to think about a global youth work approach, some of the actions you can plan towards include participation in Fair Trade Fortnight, getting involved in filmmaking with a justice theme and filmmaking skills, participation in the slow fashion movement, taking part in the Trocra annual Game Changers competition, participating in one of the many One World Week events, supporting a young person to take part in the Young Climate Strikers movement, planning a project on food waste and building food knowledge towards understanding global connections, supporting a young person to blog on global justice, and importantly, developing a global youth work and development education policy for your organisation to embed the practice, so that whether it's by Zoom or in person, in 1 year you can look at the global journey your organisation is going on, check where you are, acknowledge the journey you've been on, and plan for the next stage. Youth 2030 is an SDG project funded by Irish Aid and is a collaboration between NYCI, Maynooth University, Trocra and Concern.
Let's have a look at the Youth 2030 Graffiti Action Wall. What are the issues in your tissues? As a youth worker or a young person, whatever you care about, that is where you should start. Watch a film and hold a chat after on global justice issues. Invite a speaker to engage with your group. After a while, you could start to hold a regular issues night and explore the connection between local and global issues of importance to young people. If you are into gaming, get involved with the Trocra Game Changers competition. Find out about the climate action badges. Irish Girl Guides and Trocra have one, so does Youth Work Tipperary. Deliver your own training with our resources. Develop a global youth work and DE policy for your organisation. As a consumer, whatever you care about, that is where you should start. Become a conscious consumer. For example, think of the worker at the start of the supply chain and your power as a consumer. Get involved in Fair Trade Fortnight and consider where your food comes from. Support participation in the slow fashion movement. Campaigning action and getting political. Using your vote, or write to your representatives. Tell them what you feel about an issue and what change you would like to see. Invite local and national media and influencers to your event to maximise your impact. Collaborating with the work of climate youth activists. Using social media to raise awareness of and share information on the Sustainable Development Goals, SDGs. Other actions to get stuck into. Holding an exhibition using art, drama or photography. Participate in a march to highlight an issue or raise funds. Hold critical conversations with friends on justice issues. Organise a petition. Participate in Plastic Free July. Start a book club that looks critically at global issues and the world around you. You could also explore injustice through music. But always remember, start with the issues in your tissues.
There's a few things we all want in the future, like flying cars or holidays on Mars. But the one thing we can all agree on, a fairer, healthier, more peaceful world. Introducing the Global Goals for Sustainable Development. World leaders from 193 countries have committed to achieve 17 new global goals between 2015 and 2030. End extreme poverty, fight inequality and injustice, and fix climate change. To make the future amazing in all countries, for all people. We know that global action works, but we need you to get informed about the new Sustainable Development Goals, to educate people and hold politicians to account locally, nationally and globally. All achievements start with a decision to act for people, planet, prosperity, peace and partnership. Become a leader in your community. Tell everyone. Together, we can create the ultimate vision of the future. Get involved at NYCI One World Week. Join the movement today.
Give the floor to the distinguished representative of Ireland.
Thank you, Chair. Paul and I will be addressing the committee in our personal capacity as youth delegates, representing the voices of Irish youth. There can be no doubt that this is a trying time for the international community. Multiple armed conflicts and political unrest are threatening not only international peace and security, but are undermining the rule of law and the protection of human rights globally. Belligerent voices that threaten large-scale loss of human life cannot be accepted. Young people want peace, and we have one clear message for the international community. Be brave. Be brave not in your rallying cry to war, but be brave in your commitment to peace. We also ask that you be brave and steadfast in your commitment to the protection of human rights for all. Conflict and persecution have forcibly displaced 22.5 million refugees, over half of whom are under the age of 18. States in direct contravention to customary international law have turned refugees away at their borders, indicative of the broader international backlash and curtailment of human rights we are now facing. Historical memory appears short. We cannot turn a blind eye to the dangerous rhetoric of populism. If we allow the denial of rights for certain groups in society, then we undermine the protection of human rights for us all. Where there is division and discrimination, there can never be peace. Yes, we are going through a turbulent period, but the youth of Ireland believe that a brighter future is possible. The Sustainable Development Goals are our roadmap, UN human rights treaties are our tools, and youth can be the champions of peace and sustainability, but this too requires bravery. Firstly, it requires governments to recognise the inherent potential of all youth, including young women, ethnic minorities, and people living with disabilities. Secondly, it requires states to remove the barriers of inequality that hold some of us back. Within this, we ask that each state ensure that every young person receives quality, higher-level education that equips them with marketable skills. We ask that each state respect and fulfil our right to health, including access to mental health services, sexual health, and reproductive rights. And finally, we ask that states do their utmost to eradicate homelessness, poverty, and inequality, including switching to a progressive, responsible tax model with a zero-tolerance policy for tax abuse practices. We acknowledge that these changes may be difficult, but we ask you to be bold and we ask you to be brave. If you empower us, we can effect immense change. In this time of uncertainty, do not wane in your commitments to human rights. It may be difficult, but let us, the youth of the world, stand beside you. Let us speak truth to power. Let us play an equal role in the protection of rights and in building a sustainable world. Let us be brave together, because together we are stronger.
Chair, 2 years ago, Ireland co-chaired negotiations on the 2030 Agenda for Sustainable Development. This agenda is brave and bold, but we must now step up our implementation efforts. We are already 2 years into a 15-year process and simply cannot afford to lose time. As a young person, it is my generation that stands to lose the most if the SDGs are not achieved. It is therefore crucial that young people play a central figure in the implementation, monitoring and review of this agenda. To do this, the UN and national governments must engage with young people and include them into decision-making procedures. Engaging with young people does not mean ticking a box, nor does it mean seizing a photo op. It means giving young people the right to sit at decision-making tables, giving young people the right to vote, the right to fair and equal employment, an education and global citizenship, and passing on an environment that does not stifle the opportunity of today's young people or that of future generations. Collectively, we also need to encourage and empower young women and girls to enter politics and hold public office, as well as those from marginalised backgrounds. Of the 196 speakers at this year's general debate, 176 of these were men and only 20 were women. It is difficult to aspire to become something that you cannot see. We must buck the trend of these male-dominated arenas, and public bodies must better reflect the makeup of the public that they serve and not discriminate against age, gender, sexual orientation, race, ethnicity or religion. As Ireland currently chairs the Commission on the Status of Women, I ask all Member States, without exception, how do we treat women in our society? Are they equal players and equal partners? Are they afforded the same rights and autonomy as men? Do they have the same access to education, employment, healthcare, or a choice in who they'll marry? Member States need to self-reflect on this and on how we engage with young people, women and girls, people from marginalised backgrounds and those from the LGBTQI community, and address their failings in this regard before we move forward. And we must move forward. The governments represented in this room today are tasked with fighting an ever-growing list of global challenges. Young people do not want to inherit a world in chaos or one gone past the point of repair. We are dreamers, we are innovators, thinkers, doers and believers. We want to live and want our children to live in a brighter and better world. Therefore, to all of you I say, please let us help you in building this world. Thank you, Chair.
There's nowhere like Kilkenny for an adventure. Take your bike on trails that go all around the county. Or go off-road to find someplace new. There's dozens of scenic loops on bike or on foot through breathtaking woodlands or along stunning watersides. You can take it easy or set out on an epic journey. We've got a trail for everyone. Get outside and discover Kilkenny.
Kilkenny Castle has a long and varied history. Each generation of inhabitants have left their physical mark on the imposing structure. Evidence of these changes can be seen from the outside of the castle and marked a transition from a defensive castle to a comfortable family residence. Today we're going to bring you around the castle's exterior and point out some of the architectural features that mark the development of the castle over the ages and its eventual transition to what we can see before us today. We start our tour at the South Tower, one of the original 3 remaining medieval towers. Old records refer to this tower as the White Tower, as traces of old whitewash remain on the tower for hundreds of years. Looking at the stonework on the South Tower, we can see that it's rough and uneven. This is typical of medieval construction, with the stone being from the Black Quarry nearby and is common local limestone. If we look towards the base of the tower, we can see the original medieval arrow loop windows. The stone around them is unusual. It is a Dundry stone and was imported from England for the construction of the castle. This more yellow type stone can be seen in friaries, abbeys and castles all over Ireland and is very typical of Norman construction from the 12th and 13th century. The arrow loop windows were splayed on the inside, which would give the archer a better and wider field of fire and leaving slightly more light. Light was always an issue in these old towers. As we look up the face of the South Tower, we can see some of the Eire Loop windows have been blocked up, while other windows were opened out later to let in more light. The medieval towers of Kilkenny Castle were heightened in the 19th century, with the battlements on the top dating from that period, and are there to keep the castle looking for effect. Before we leave the South Tower, we can see two faces either side of this doorway. These are termed label stops, and there are several scattered around the castle. Each is different. One theory is that they represent notable figures throughout the long Butler family history. As we move along the eastern side of the courtyard, we can see the type of stone changing. This is more modern cut ashlar stone dating from the 19th century. Here at the arch we can see a frieze dedicated to the family, with the bunch of grapes signifying the family's connection to the wine industry. As a reward for their service to the king, they are allowed presage rights, presage being a tax they could levy on the wine trade in Ireland. Passing under the arch, we can see above us the Butler family coat of arms with their family motto, Come Je Trove, meaning as I find it. Looking across from the arch, we can see what is today known as the Kilkenny Design Centre, built in the 1780s as a coach house and stables for the castle. Visiting dignitaries and nobility would come under the arch in their coach, alight from their coach in front of the castle. The coaches then would wait across the road, and when the lord or lady was ready to leave, a servant would run across to what is now the design centre and send word for the carriage to come across and wait again at the front door to pick up their dignitary to bring them back to their own way. In the 1990s, the Office of Public Works uncovered a previously filled-in moat to reveal some of the medieval features of the castle. Looking down into the castle moat, we can see, firstly, a garderobe. Garderobe is basically a type of medieval toilet. It's a chute that runs all through the wall, all the way from the top floor down to the bottom, with openings on different levels. Garderobes came in two types, a long drop and a short drop garderobe. Long drop garderobe extended all the way to the base of the castle, but fell out of favour amongst castle builders, as several castles were captured by brave young knights climbing up the garderobe to open the gates for attackers. Not a very pleasant task to be faced with. The next little entrance we see in the castle wall is a sallyport. Saler from the old French, to leave or to go out. A sallyport is a secure way in or out of a castle that will only be used in times of emergency or warfare. But the use of sallyports was quite dangerous. Many a castle in medieval times was captured by young knights rushing out of sallyport to attack the enemy and not being quite quick enough to get back in and secure the entranceway behind them. Looking at the wall, we can see it slopes out the way. It's not a perfectly perpendicular wall. This feature is known as a talus and serves several purposes. The slope of the talus keeps attackers away from the wall and makes siege towers and ladders more difficult to use, and secondly, more the attackers are exposed and vulnerable to attack from the defenders above. Either side of the gate we can see these niches that look like they were built to house statues, but no record of statues standing in these positions exists. Passing back into the courtyard of the castle, we see an unusual set of windows on the left-hand side. As easy to see from the brickwork, they have been altered to give a more ecclesiastical look. This room was used as the family's private chapel and later a records or monuments room. Looking at the south side of the castle, it is easy to see the focus is directed towards the parkland. All the windows point that direction. The windows at the bottom are larger than the top. This is a common architectural technique to increase the impression of height. To the right of the door, we have a mounting block used by the family to mount horses. On either side of the door, we see the arm and crest. As we walk along the west side of the courtyard, we are passing outside the exterior of the long gallery, or the picture gallery of Kilkenny Castle. The top of the wall here marks the original level of the gallery roof, which was replaced in the 1860s by a pitched roof. The buttresses were added at that stage to help support the weight of the roof. The buttresses on the opposite side of the courtyard are just there for symmetry. Passing around the back of the gallery, we can see what appears to be blocked up windows. It would appear that these windows were in fact never opened. Walking towards the rose garden, we see an oriel window surrounded with obviously repaired brickwork. This is where the 10th Earl, Black Tom, had his picture gallery and the site of his famous picture window. To have a large glass window in the early 17th century was a real status symbol and a sign of wealth. Moving around to the rose garden, we can see an original medieval wall which has large cosmetic features added, such as the balcony, for aesthetic purposes. It is here on the steps of the Rose Garden Terrace that we conclude our outdoor tour of Kilkenny Castle as we look towards the beautiful rose garden laid out in the pattern of a Celtic cross.
Cześć kochani, witam Was gorąco w cyklu Ferie po Królewsku. Znajdujemy się w Zamku Krzyżackim w Malborku, a dzisiaj przeczytam Wam bajkę Skarbiec autora Marka Stokowskiego. Zapraszam do posłuchania. Skarbiec. Marek Stokowski. Trzech pachołków brata Adalberta, który nadzorował ze strony zakonu klasztorną piekarnię na Zamku Wysokim, spało na podłodze koło chlebowego pieca. Pierwszy z piekarczyków miał na imię Skumand. Był Prusem, to znaczy wywodził się z ludu zamieszkującego od stuleci ziemię, które teraz zostawały pod władzą Krzyżaków. Drugi, Mazowszanin, nazywał się Jędrek, a trzecim był Wigbold, przybysz z głębi Niemiec. Byli to nad wyraz pracowici, weseli i poczciwi młodzi ludzie. Już od wielu lat pozostawali na służbie zakonu. W samym środku ciemnej nocy wszyscy trzej zbudzili się tak nagle, jakby ktoś im podpiekł jednym węglem stopy albo wydał jednoczesny rozkaz. Usiedli na słomie i derkach, jakie przykrywały zimny kamień, i dyszeli niczym trzy bezpańskie kundle zgonione przez wilki. Pierwszy opanował oddech Jędrek. Przyszła do mnie czarna zjawa, wylazła z komina i od razu gada. Co się głupi będziesz męczyć, pracować pół darmo jak bydle, skoro jedno piętro wyżej leży wielka góra srebra, klejnotów i złota. Rzeczywiście po zachodniej stronie Zamku Wysokiego, zaraz nad piekarnią, znajdował się skarbiec z bogactwem zakonu. Ja też ją widziałem, do mnie zjawa też gadała, prawie krzyknął Skumand. Coś chyba mówiła, że starczy pomyśleć, sięgnąć tylko ręką, a będę bogaty i nie będę więcej musiał prosić się o miskę strawy, uważać na słowa, kłaniać się krzyżackim panom i ubierać w postrzępione szmaty. I jeszcze mówiła, że mogę wziąć wszystko, co zechcę, bo wiele z tych bogactw wyduszono z biednych ludzi. Ja także spotkałem to licho, przerwał skumandowi Wigbold. Do mnie powiedziało, zdechniesz tutaj, zdechniesz w końcu, zestarzejesz się jak wół w zbyt ciężkim jarzmie, a srebro nad tobą dałoby ci piękne życie. Nie jest sprawiedliwe, abyś ty nic nie miał, a oni kąpali się w złocie i w srebrze. Wyjawił mi także, jak to wszystko można zdobyć. Przez chwilę milczeli, a potem zsunęli się ciaśniej i szeptali coś z zapamiętaniem, aż znowu zasnęli zmęczeni rozmową. Ponad tydzień pachołkowie brata Adalberta pracowali i chodzili po piekarni jak w jakiejś malignie. Nocą coś poszeptywali i nie spali chyba dobrze, bo uważne uszy knechtów umiały wychwycić stukania, szurania i skrzypy. Jednak nikt się tym nie zdziwił, bo piekarze dosyć często pracowali bardzo późno lub odwrotnie, bardzo wcześnie. Chleb pieczony przez nich w owym czasie sklejał wszystkim stołownikom zęby albo znowu był spalony tak straszliwie, że nie dało się go pogryźć. Szef piekarni łajał pomocników, bez przerwy ich beształ, lał przez łeb powrozem czy też mokrą ścierą, ale nic się nie zmieniało, jakby jakiś bies w nich wstąpił. 7. nocy, licząc od tej, kiedy ukazała im się czarna zjawa, pachołkowie brata Adalberta przystąpili do dość dziwnych i pospiesznych działań. Najpierw skumant wyjął sporo cegieł z okapu nad piecem, potem wszyscy trzej wtłoczyli się przez otwór do środka komina, wciągając ze sobą drabinę. W mroku niebotycznie wysokiego szybu przyświecali sobie ogarkami świec od brata zakrystiana. Za pomocą drabiny i grzbietów Wigbolda i Jędrka skumant wspiął się kilka dobrych łokci wyżej. Tam znów wyjął z muru kilkanaście dużych cegieł i podał je wolno, ostrożnie kamratom. Stuknął jeszcze parę razy ostrym łomem w ścianę, jak ogromny dzięcioł szukający żeru i zdecydowanym ruchem wcisnął się w wybitą dziurę. Skumant znalazł się w niewielkiej izbie. Nikły płomyk świecy wydobył z ciemności wielkie, kute skrzynie. Tak, nie było wątpliwości, stał w krzyżackim skarbcu. A więc dobrze obliczyli wysokość w kominie i trafili niemal idealnie. Teraz musiał się uwijać. Prus spróbował unieść wieko pierwszej skrzyni, ale było zatrzaśnięte, jak przylutowane. Zaczął je nerwowo szarpać, schwycił łom i starał się podważyć masywną pokrywę z żelaza. Jednak cały ten wysiłek nie przydał się na nic, absolutnie na nic. Ogarniała go powoli rozpacz, zwłaszcza, że i pozostałe kufry okazały się zabezpieczone, zamknięte na amen. Do rozpaczy doszedł popłoch, gdy skumant usłyszał, że ktoś stuknął w furtkę skarbca i głośno zawołał: „Kto tam? Jest tam kto do diaska? No pytam, odpowiedz!” Piekarczyk w panice schwycił jakąś sporą sakwę leżącą przy skrzyniach i czmychnął w pośpiechu do wnętrza komina. „Tam ktoś jest za drzwiami!” rzucił wystraszony skumant. „Musiał mnie usłyszeć! Może zaraz wejdzie!” Kompanii podjęli natychmiast gorączkowy odwrót i po 3 sekundach byli już na dole. Wypchnęli drabinę, przeleźli przez dziurę i znaleźli się ponownie we wnętrzu piekarni. Wtedy w drzwiach od strony kuchni stanął przebudzony hałasami kuchcik. Zobaczył 3 ludzi obsypanych czarną sadzą i wrzasnął ze strachu: „Diabły! Ja zwariuję! Diabły!” Uciekał tak prędko, w takim przerażeniu, że uderzył się o gruby filar i stracił przytomność na 6 długich godzin. Najwyraźniej obudzili się i inni mieszkańcy klasztoru. Zapaliły się gdzieniegdzie światła, słychać było czyjeś poddenerwowane głosy. Pachołkowie brata Adalberta w szalonym pośpiechu załatali otwór w murze, obmywali wodą z ługiem ręce, szyje, głowy, twarze i już chcieli wsunąć się pod derki, by udawać, że głęboko spali, kiedy skumant zdążył szepnąć: „Sakwa! Jeszcze sakwa!” Zajrzeli do środka. Trzos był wypełniony srebrem, a dokładniej krzyżackimi szelongami, które wybijano na potrzeby zakonnego państwa w mennicach w Toruniu i Gdańsku. Wysypali monety na 3 w miarę równe kubki i każdy z nich zgarnął swoją część zdobyczy. Wtedy znowu nasiliły się odgłosy w sąsiedniej komorze i gdzieś na krużgankach. W okropnym popłochu Jędrek wsypał swoją cząstkę łupów ustawioną w cieple dzieżę z ciastem, które wcześniej zaczynali na poranny wypiek bułek. Skumant wrzucił 1/3 monet za skrzynię ze zbożem. Wigbold zaś z rozpaczą w oku połknął wszystkie swoje sztuki srebra, tak jak pies połyka muchy. Rankiem skarbnik odkrył dziurę w południowej ścianie skarbca i zniknięcie jednej sakwy. Swoją drogą po tym wszystkim tamto wnętrze wyłożono płytami z twardego żelaza. Nocą słyszał zgrzyty w środku, nawet stukał z furią w furtę i w zdenerwowaniu wołał, jednak nie mógł był otworzyć wejścia, bo miał tylko 1 klucz, a główny skarbiec musiał być otwarty 3. Natychmiast podjęto intensywne dochodzenie. Po odkryciu pierwszych śladów, dziur w ścianach komina, drabiny i sadzy, oskarżono piekarczyków. Wszakże ci się mocno wykręcali, twierdząc, że to wszystko zrobił diabeł. Zresztą diabły widział kuchcik, o czym chętnie, a zarazem z pasją, bez przerwy zaręczał. Kto wie, może dano by naiwnie wiarę tym żarcim wykrętom, gdyby nie zdarzyły się 3 rzeczy. Przede wszystkim kilku braci, rycerzy i księży połamało sobie zęby na bułkach i struclach, w których były sztuki srebra. Potem Wigbold dostał czkawki i straszliwie mu brzęczało w brzuchu. Wreszcie dało się zobaczyć myszy, które wybiegały spod zbożowej skrzyni, niosąc w pyszczkach po szelongu, jakby każdej wypłacano pensję za zniszczenie zamkowego żyta i dręczenie wyliniałych kotów. Sprawa była już zupełnie jasna. Wyrok mógł być tylko jeden. Oczywiście szubienica. Egzekucja miała zostać wykonana rano. Na szubienicznej górce nieopodal warowni i miasta zebrali się gapie, głównie rzemieślnicy pracujący na potrzeby zamku i kilku krzyżaków, zwłaszcza ci, co gryząc bułki utracili swoje zęby. Skazańcy związani stali na ruchomej ławie. Kat założył im na szyję stryczki zwisające z szubienicy, która miała prostą formę podpartej na końcach długiej i masywnej belki. Mazowszanin, Jędrek, Niemiec i Wigbold i Prus Skumant odbyli już spowiedź, a później przejęli Najświętszy Sakrament. Właśnie owe sakramenty musiały to sprawić, że każdy z pachołków poczuł całym sercem, jakby w końcu się przebudził po długim i ciężkim śnie pod rozpalonym piecem. Żałowali z całej duszy, żałowali tego, co zrobili po raz pierwszy w swoim życiu. Było im tak strasznie przykro. Nie tylko z powodu zbliżającej się haniebnej śmierci, lecz głównie dlatego, że dali się uwieść owej czarnej zjawie. Rozumieli teraz doskonale, że widmo z komina nie miało zamiaru troszczyć się o ich doczesne dobro, lecz chciało jednego – ich wiecznego potępienia. Pachołkowie żałowali tak głęboko, żarliwie i szczerze, że zupełnie niewidzialny dla kata Agapiów stanął przy nich biały anioł. I choć czarna zjawa siedząca pod ławą zaczęła się srożyć i straszliwie szaleć, anioł jednym gestem sprawił, że zdarzyło się coś przedziwnego. W chwili, kiedy kat wytrącił ławę spod nóg 3 skazańców i już twarde stryczki miały im zacisnąć się na szyjach, przemienili się w pustułki, wyfrunęli z luźnych pętli i poszybowali wspólnym szlakiem wysoko nad zamek. Większość gapiów aż krzyknęła, niektórzy ze strachu, inni z zadziwienia, jeszcze inni zaś z radości. Byli tacy, których twarze wykrzywiła straszna wściekłość, lecz byli i tacy, co upadli na kolana, by głośno się modlić. Nie myślcie sobie, proszę, że Jędrek i Wigbold i ich kompan Skumant odzyskali pełną wolność, a inaczej to ujmując, zostali bezkarni. Owszem, dzięki swojej szczerej skrusze zyskali ratunek od haniebnej śmierci i męki piekielnej. Czekała ich jednak konieczna pokuta. Do dziś cała trójka fruwa nad wysokim zamkiem i coś czasem wykrzykuje językiem pustułek. Ci, co słyszą głębiej, sercem, powiadają, że pustułki krzyczą: nie wierz ciemnym zjawom, nie ruszaj tego, co nie twoje, nie masz prawa tego ruszać, nawet jeśli myślisz, że czyjeś bogactwo nie jest sprawiedliwe. Czy pustułki mają rację? Czy cudzy majątek naprawdę jest kwestią sumienia wyłącznie człowieka, który go niegodnie albo nieuczciwie zdobył? Może odpowiedzią na to są wrzaski gawronów, które przelatują bardzo często nad dawnym klasztorem, głosy czarnopiórych ptaków tak dziwnie podobnych do mnichów rycerzy, komtura, skarbnika i krzyżackich wójtów. Podobno pustułki i polne gawrony będą krzyczeć ponad zamkiem, aż odpuści owe mury człowiecza namiętność do srebra i złota, a wypełni je do końca światło, najpiękniejsze światło białego anioła. Koniec. Witajcie kochani w cyklu Ferie po królewsku. Znajdujemy się teraz w zamku w Malborku, jest to zamek krzyżacki, a dzisiaj mam dla Was uroczą bajkę pod tytułem Królowa Żab autora Marka Stokowskiego. Zapraszam do posłuchania. Królowa Żab Marek Stokowski. Najpierw były wielkie śniegi. Potem, jeszcze w marcu, przyszły ciepłe dni, gwałtowna odwilż i ulewne, ciągłe deszcze. Wisła, a z nią Nogat, wystąpiły z brzegów, zalewając pola żuław, wsie, a nawet część malborskiej twierdzy, nisko położone, rozległe przedzamcze. Woda dosięgała dachów niższych zabudowań, a gdzieniegdzie wlewała się nawet przez kuse kominy. Wielki mistrz zakonu, Henryk Dysemer, sam całkiem bezpieczny w wysokim pałacu, z niepokojem patrzył na ogromne straty, jakie poczyniła powódź. Nieustannie przybywali doń na łodziach posłańcy z wieściami z zalanych terenów, z wykazami zniszczonych zapasów żywności, z przygnębiającymi liczbami utopionych koni, krów, wieprzy i owiec. 3 dni po tym, jak zaczęła się straszna klęska, jeden z rzemieślników pracujących na przedzamczu krzyżackiej stolicy przyniósł do pałacu nowe, nader dziwne wieści. Nasz czcigodny, godny, wielki mistrzu, dukał, drapiąc się bezwiednie w głowę. Żaby! Co żaby, człowieku? Zniecierpliwił się Dysemer. Wszędzie żaby! To znaczy na dachu, właściwie na dachach. Cieśla jąkał się i plątał, ogromnie spieszony obecnością mistrza. Listna żabia plaga. Jeszcze tego brakowało, jęknął mistrz i zaczął szarpać swoją gęstą brodę. Zwalać mi to obrzydlistwo w wodę, bo to wstyd dla stołecznego zamku. Jedną chwilę, jeśli można, odezwał się z kąta komnaty ktoś w świeckim odzieniu rycerskim. Ludzie z otoczenia mistrza od razu poznali szlachcica z Prowansji, Guy de Saintré, który przybył do Malborka krótko przed powodzią, chcąc wziąć udział w nowej rejzie na Żmudź i na Litwę. Żaby to nie plaga, ale manna z nieba, panie. Francuz grzecznie się ukłonił. A szczególnie teraz, kiedy potop grozi głodem. Co mamy jeść? Żaby zamiast wołowiny albo chleba? Żaby smarowane masłem, nadziewane marcepanem? Mistrz zaśmiał się gorzko, a właściwie z obrzydzeniem. W moim kraju, odpowiedział rycerz, zachowując niewzruszony spokój, te miłe stworzenia to największy przysmak. Oczywiście odpowiednio przyrządzone. Dysemer nie umiał poznać, czy de Saintré kpi w żywe oczy, czy mówi poważnie. W takim razie, drogi gościu, Mistrz powiedział to z przekąsem. Pewnie mógłbyś przygotować dla nas danie, które tak wysoko cenisz. Żab, jak wiemy, w zamku nie brakuje. Wedle twojej woli, panie, odparł prowansalczyk i ukłonił się raz jeszcze z tą dworską zręcznością, jaką rzadko widywano w Prusach. Wbrew obawom mistrza i jego kompanów wcale nie podano żadnych płazów oślizgłych i wzdętych, ale same żabie łódka. Pięknie przypieczone, chrupiące i wonne. Pyszne! Rzucił wielki mistrz przed siebie, kiedy wreszcie przemógł się i przełknął kęs potrawy. Naprawdę wspaniałe! Wołał, jakby sam sobie się dziwił. Fantastyczne z białym winem! Entuzjazm udzielił się także otoczeniu mistrza, także misy żabich udek przyrządzonych pod dyktando rycerza z Prowansji rozpłynęły się po prostu w ustach stołowników Dysymera, wciąż ciągłych okrzyków zachwytu oraz szczerych gratulacji dla wybawiciela od 2 plag – żab i głodu. Na rozkaz zwierzchnika zakonu rozpoczęły się zawzięte polowania, albo raczej zbiory na dachach przedzamcza. Przynoszono do zamkowych kuchni setki, ba, tysiące okazów, przy czym zdało się, że liczba płazów nie maleje, nawet rośnie. Mistrz ze swoim dworem codziennie się raczył francuską potrawą i snuł wielkie plany karmienia żabami poddanych. Myślał także o eksporcie żab do innych krajów, a przede wszystkim o stworzeniu zorganizowanej i masowej ich hodowli. Właśnie wtedy, gdy zwierzchnik zakonu zamierzał rozesłać posłańców z poleceniem założenia specjalnych folwarków na mokradłach i na bagnach poszczególnych komturstw, przybyli do zamku kurierzy z zalanych terenów, niosąc wiadomości, że wody zaczęły wyraźnie opadać. Zaraz po nich do pałacu wprowadzono cieśle, tego, który wcześniej przyniósł wieść o żabiej pladze. Cieśla zaczął mówić, drapiąc się bezwiednie w głowę. Nasz czcigodny, wielki... Wiem, mój człowieku, żaby, odparł Dysymer, łykając pyszne łódko. I zapewne wszędzie na dachach i na płotach. Jezu, pełnie, panie jej, jąkał się plebejusz, gniotąc w palcach czapkę. Niezupełnie? Czyli nie ma ich na płotach? Nie ma ich w ogóle. Znikły? Tak, nasz wielki mistrzu, wraz z opadającą wodą. Informacja o zniknięciu żabich chówców zasmuciła Dysymera. Tak głęboko, że zdało się ludziom z jego otoczenia, iż mistrz wcale się nie cieszy ze zwiastunów zakończenia największej powodzi w dziejach krzyżackiego państwa w Prusach. Rzeki rzeczywiście powróciły wkrótce w linię swoich koryt. Słońce i wiatr wczesnej wiosny osuszyły pola, gospodarstwa, drogi, zamkowe dziedzińce i zaułki w pruskich miastach. Wszakże jednocześnie wyczerpały się zapasy żabich udek i mistrz najwyraźniej cierpiał bez swego przysmaku. Naturalnie wysyłano ludzi, by chwytali żaby w stawach i wszelakich innych wodach żuław, lecz słudzy wracali z połowów z bardzo lichym łupem. W dodatku te żaby z Malborka, według Dysymera, były dużo lepsze, jakby gloria stołecznego zamku przydawała im delikatności i smaku. Byli tacy, co gadali, że ucieczka żab jest odpowiedzią na bezwzględne polowania na ich kumkających braci. Inni zaś utrzymywali, że to przecie oczywiste, iż płazy przepadły wraz z odejściem wielkiej wody. Jeszcze inni wyrażali całkowite przekonanie, że żaby zaczęły uważać krzyżaków za swych najstraszniejszych wrogów, czyli za bociany, choćby z racji ich odzienia, mylonego pewnie z biało-czarnym upierzeniem i ze względu na czerwone nosy mylone zapewne z dziobami. Tak czy owak, żabi rejwach nie powracał na przedzamcze stołecznego zamku. Hodowla w specjalnych folwarkach wcale się nie udawała, a mistrz wpadał w coraz większy smutek, prawie w melancholię, jak ci wszyscy, co zaznali nieznanego szczęścia i to szczęście im odjęto nagle. Melancholia mistrza Dysymera strasznie zaniepokoiła jego braci, zwłaszcza tych z pałacowego dworu i z centralnej kancelarii. Robili co mogli, by wyrwać go smutkom i by wrócić jak najprędzej do spełnienia swoich zadań, ważnych obowiązków zwierzchnika zakonu. Sprowadzono mu codziennie żaby z Mazowsza, ze Żmudzi i z Litwy, ale kręcił tylko głową i wspominał z rozrzewnieniem smak i zapach tamtych potraw, przyrządzanych w dniach powodzi. Coraz częściej krzywym okiem spoglądano na Francuza. Bracia mieli mu wyraźnie za złe, że wpędził ich mistrza w jakąś żabią handrę i naraził cały zakon na utratę silnej, trzeźwej władzy. Byli nawet tacy, którzy uważali, że to czarcie czary, podstęp albo zdrada i chcieli surowo ukarać truciciela Henrykowej duszy. W końcu wielki komtur wezwał Guy de Saint-Pré i rzekł do niego zimnym głosem: zacny gościu, musisz prędko znaleźć jakieś wyjście z niesłychanej, przykrej sytuacji, której jesteś, jak sądzimy, winien. Jeżeli mistrz nadal będzie tonął w żabim smutku, to możesz być pewien, że z ciebie zrobimy wyborną potrawę dla szczurów. Prowansalczyk ani mrugnął i odparł z godnością: nie uważam, bym w czymkolwiek wam zawinił, mili bracia, a śmierci nie lękam się wcale. Jednak pragnę pomóc zakonowi nie ze strachu o swą skórę, ale z czystej lojalności gościa. Myślę, że mam pomysł. Krzyżak dał mu znak, by mówił. Francuz coś tłumaczył. W końcu komtur klasnął w dłonie i wydał rozkazy. Miały być spełnione prędko, możliwie najszybciej. Tydzień później rankiem, kiedy wielki mistrz przystanął przy przeszklonym pięknie oknie, jednym z tych od strony rzeki, ujrzał cieśle. Tamten sterczał na podzamczu opodal podnóża pałacu. Dostrzegł Dysymera, złożył mu niezgrabny ukłon i wskazał na daszek, który łączył dwie pękate baszty, nazywane mostowymi. Zgodnie z nazwą, baszty strzegły wjazdu z mostu na Nogacie. Przybywali tamtędy do zamku i do miasta Malbork rozliczni podróżni, których los prowadził traktem z Gdańska albo z Chojnic. Wydawało się, jak gdyby cieśla gestem ręki chciał wyjąkać po swojemu: nasz czcigodny wielki mistrzu, tam na dachu. Co temu znowu? Westchnął najważniejszy człowiek w Prusach, wiodąc jednocześnie wzrokiem za wskazaniem plebejusza. Na kolistym daszku nad bramami Dyssymer zobaczył szalę. Była wielka, gigantyczna, jak nie przymierzając wieprzek. Całkowicie nieruchoma, wyglądała, jakby ktoś ją zaklął w jakiś jasny kamień, ale przecież miała w sobie coś naturalnego, coś, co pozwalało wierzyć, że za chwilę skoczy z dachu albo łypnie w stronę mistrza łzawym okiem. Dyssymer dał na nią znak i pokojowiec skwapliwie uchylił mu okno. Nie do wiary! W porannym powietrzu niósł się głośny rechot i kąkanie. Słyszysz, mistrzu? Dość niespodziewanie odezwał się komtur, który stał 2 kroki w głębi izby. To żabia królowa! Przyciągnęła do Malborka nowy zastęp swych kamratów. Zaśmiał się i dodał: chyba znów wydamy ucztę. Rzeczywiście wielka żaba, wykonana przez najlepszych kamieniarzy w zamku i ulokowana na łączniku baszt mostowych. Samym swym widokiem przywabiała do wrót twierdzy zastępy zielonych i żółtych poddanych. Żaby nie siedziały już na dachach, lecz kłębiły się w Nogacie, w najbliższym sąsiedztwie wjazdu z drewnianego mostu. Kamienna królowa Nie chciała zapewne ich krzywdy. Na pewno nie chciała być dla nich pułapką, ale cóż może uczynić stworzenie choćby i największe, jeśli jest zupełnie nieme i do tego nieruchome. Już tego samego wieczora wydano radosną biesiadę. Żabie udka znowu miały ten wspaniały smak malborski. Jak określał go mistrz Henryk. Dysymer promieniał, pochwalił Francuza i dał mu w nagrodę łownego sokoła bursztynowy kielich i ostrogi kute w srebrze. Od tej pory nie dręczyła go już handra i sprawował swoje rządy z podwójnym zapałem i z młodzieńczą wielką werwą. Aż do końca swoich rządów w stołecznym Malborku Dysymer gustował w prowansalskim daniu. Potem jakoś o przysmaku rodem z Francji zapomniano i od tamtej pory żaby mają pod murami zamku spokój. Są tutaj bezpieczne nie tylko od ludzi, ale także od bocianów. Kiedyś jeszcze w czasach Dysymera 4 młode, głupie boćki próbowały schwytać nieruchomą żabę, żeby zdobyć jednym ruchem taką ilość przepysznego jadła, jaka wymagałaby co najmniej tygodnia polowań na żabią drobnicę. Dały nura na okrągły daszek, aby po sekundzie skoczyć, wystrzelić w powietrze, jakby wpadły w gęstwę cierni albo w misę pełną wrzątku. Miały mocno poszczerbione dzioby i ogromnie wystraszone oczy. 2 inne bociany, ignorując świeże doświadczenie braci, grzmotnęły z rozpędu w twardy grzbiet ofiary, po czym, tak jak poprzednicy, z miejsca poderwały się do góry, sfrunęły nad rzekę i usadowiwszy się na jakiejś kępie, zanurzyły obolałe dzioby w miłym i kojącym chłodzie wody. Jeden ze stajennych, o którym szeptano, że zna mowę zwierząt, twierdził potem z przekonaniem, że ptaki gadały coś o jakimś żabim wodzu i o jego srogim wojsku, że radziły jeden drugim, aby więcej nie polować w zamku, bo tutejsze żabska okazują się nadzwyczaj groźne, zakute w pancerze i w ogóle chyba lepiej będzie zmykać stąd co prędzej i żywić się raczej na łąkach i polach. Któż to może wiedzieć, czy stajenny rzeczywiście słyszał i naprawdę pojął te dysputy, ale faktem jest, że od czasu tych wydarzeń pokolenia długoziobych ptaków omijają baszty nad Nogatem wielkim łukiem. Kamienna królowa pozostała w zamku aż do dzisiaj i trwa ponad dawnym wjazdem po zachodniej stronie twierdzy. Każdej wiosny i każdego lata otoczona bywa kręgiem dworzan. U stóp baszt mostowych żaby urządzają w ciepłe noce koncerty swych pieśni, w których słychać nutę wspomnień o strasznym potopie, francuskim rycerzu i mistrzu Henryku. Podobno raz w roku, w kwietniu albo w maju, wielka żaba skacze z dachu i kąpie się w rzece. Mówią, że kto zdoła ujrzeć ową kąpiel, ten przez cały rok nocami śnić będzie obrazy z najbardziej tajemnych wydarzeń w dziejach zamku Malbork.
Hello and welcome back, folks, to my vlog, and for those of you who don't know where I am, at the extreme east side of the Copper Coast, and those of you who are in the know who know this area, you can see Moe's Cafe behind me. I do recommend them, and they do make excellent coffee. You can see I'm drinking it, so pop in there if you can, and it's not endorsed by them in any way. I'm just giving you a recommendation there. So what I'm going to show you, we're going to head further west down the Copper Coast. It's a glorious autumn Sunday afternoon here in Tramore. I can still feel the heat baking on my face. I'm right in the sun. That's why I'm still in the t-shirt. It's the first weekend of autumn. So stick around, folks, and I'll show you some lovely scenes. This is Tramore Beach, very, very popular with the people in the area, and you often get loads of Dubliners coming down at the weekend especially, and lots of people with holiday homes down this part of the country as well. Looks like the tide is high at the moment, so I'm just being very, very careful right on the edge because there's a lot of water splash just below me. Just in distance there you can see on the horizon 3 pillars, and the middle one I think is the Metal Man. Going to check that out shortly, so with any luck we should be able to see it up close and personal. There you can see Tramore Amusements in front of us, and the big church on the hill, one of the landmarks of the area. Look at that, see how high the tide is. There's another vlogger there by the looks of things. Do I know him, I wonder? Looks like fellow vlogger Jer Lingus got drenched then. It appears a rescue helicopter is out and about today. You could probably hear that in the background. And a few kayakers or paddleboarders, I think they are. Now I'm just looking over to that headland in the distance with the 2 pillars on it. That's actually Brownstown Head in the Dunmore East area, looking east. And those of you who follow my roof photography Facebook page, you'll find the link in the description. I actually shot the Neowise Comet from there back in July, I believe. So in case you missed it, just head down to that page, scroll down, and you should be able to find it.
When I was small and Christmas trees were tall, we used to laugh while others used to play. Don't ask me why, but time has passed us by. Someone else moved in from far away. Now we are tall and Christmas trees are small, and you don't ask the time of day. But you and I, our love will never die. Guess we'll cry come 1st of May. The apple trees that grow for you and me, I watch the apples falling one by one, and I recall the moment of them all, the day I kissed your cheek and you were gone. Now we are tall and Christmas trees are small, and you don't ask the time of day. But you and I, our love will never die. But guess we'll cry come 1st of May. When I was small and Christmas trees were tall, we used to laugh while others used to play. Don't ask me why, but time has passed us by. Someone else moved in from far away. Now we are tall and Christmas trees are small, and you don't ask the time of day. But you and I, our love will never die. But guess we'll cry come 1st of May. But you and I, our love will never die. But guess we'll cry come 1st of May. Come 1st of May. Come 1st of May.
It really is a beautiful late September, early autumn afternoon here in Tramore, as we're now on the Doneraile Walk. And believe it or not, this is actually my first time here properly, and you can see the view all the way back to Tramore town, the Strand, looking all the way over the sand dunes, the back strand, and you have Brownstown Head there to the right. Wow, the sea is so blue as well. And this is where the Coast Guard and Cultural Centre is actually based as well, which often hosts exhibitions. Now here's another unique view you can see from the Doneraile Walk, looking over to Gwillimeen Cove, Newtown Cove, and the Metal Man, which is one of the 3 pillars you can see at the top of the screen. Now you may have seen this spot in the distance in a previous scene in this vlog. is Tramore Harbour, but it's not as well known as nearby Dunmore East and Boatstrand Harbour for bringing the fish in. But I believe they might do from here. Don't quote me on it. But I see a few leisure boats there as well. A few people swimming. I guess it's the official name for it, Tramore Pier rather than Tramore Harbour. Here's the view from the other side. It's gotten a little bit windier now, so I just hope that the microphone's doing a good job dampening that wind. We've edged a little further west by about a mile or two. We've now arrived at Newtown Cove and we're getting even closer to the Metal Man. And you can see it's a very popular spot with swimmers down here. And just behind me you have Gwillimeen Cove and the sign in front of you which says men only. It doesn't strictly apply to this day, it's just there for historical significance.
Changes that come over me these past few days. I've been afraid that I might drift away. Been telling old stories, singing songs that make me think about where I come from. That's the reasons why I seem so far away today. Let me tell you that I love you, and I think about you all the time. Caledonia, you're calling me, now ain't going home. I never shall become a stranger, it'll make me more than sad. Caledonia's been everything I've ever had. Now we've moved and kept on moving, proved the points that I needed proving. Lost the friends that I needed losing, and others on the way. I've kissed the girls and left them crying, stolen dreams that there's no denying. I travel hard sometimes with conscience flying, somewhere in the wind. Let me tell you that I love you, I think about you all the time. Caledonia, you're calling me, now ain't going home. And if I shall become a stranger, you'd make me more than sad. Caledonia's been everything I've ever had. I'm sitting here before the fire, an empty room, a forest choir. The flames have cooled, won't get any higher. They've withered now, deep gone. But a steady thinking, my way is clear. I know now what I'll do tomorrow. When hands are shaking, kisses flow, I will disappear. Let me tell you that I love you. I think about you all the time. Caledonia, you're calling me. Now you're going home. And if I shall become a stranger, you'll make me more than sad. Caledonia's been everything I've ever. Let me tell you that I love you. I think about you all the time. Caledonia, you're calling me. Now you're going home. And if I shall become a stranger, you'll make me more than sad. Caledonia's been everything I've ever had. Caledonia's been everything we've ever had.
Now, I hope you enjoyed that little bit of the Metal Man up close and personal. And now we've reached Garara Strand. I hope I pronounced it right. So if there's any locals who wish to correct me, feel free to do so. And the tide is looks as if it's going out. So when I was driving up to it, it looked as if the tide was high, but luckily we have a bit of the beach to enjoy. Some wise words for you all to heed. It's become a little bit cooler now, and we've finally made it to my favourite beach on the Copper Coast, Kilfarrassy Beach. In front of you, Burke's Island. And if you look behind the beach, there's this cool looking house with a stream running past it. The stream just flows under a bridge and it goes right into the beach. And this was the other end of it, the stream which I was talking about, which flows straight into the Celtic Sea. This wasn't here before, last time I was here earlier this year. It's a dead whale washed up on the beach. It's a rare sight to see. Well, in fact, it's so rare. I've never actually seen this before in my entire lifetime.
To the city of Chicago, as the evening shadows fall, there are people dreaming of the hills of Donegal. 1847 was the year it all began. Deadly pains of hunger drove 1 million from the land. They journeyed not for glory, the motive wasn't greed, just a voyage of survival across the stormy sea. To the city of Chicago, as the evening shadows fall, there are people dreaming of the hills of Donegal. Some of them knew fortune, some of them knew fame, more of them knew hardship, died upon the plain. Spread throughout the nation, rode the railroad cars, brought their songs and music to ease and lonely hearts. To the city of Chicago, as the evening shadows fall, there are people dreaming of the hills of Donegal. To the city of Chicago, from the hills of Donegal. To the city of Chicago, as the evening shadows fall, there are people dreaming of the hills of Donegal. To the city of Chicago, as the evening shadows fall, there are people dreaming of the hills of Donegal, of the hills of Donegal.
It does whiff a bit, but not as bad as you think it would. we're now at the east end of the beach, and I've actually done quite a few photo shoots over the years in this section. It's a lovely spot anyway. It's also famous for foraging, because I understand that there's a group of people who collect seaweed from here, and that's made into various products which are sold locally. I must say, this has to be one of the, if not the most picturesque beach along the Copper Coast. Well worth a visit. Kilfarassie. Now, as you leave Kilfarassie and head further west, I suggest carry on going. There's a little turn to the left after you pass the turn back to Tramore, and go up that hill and you'll see some magnificent views of the Copper Coast countryside, as you're witnessing right now. There we are, looking back to Kilfarassie. You can see in the distance Burke's Island and that lovely house I told you about as well. Now, I think that's Anstown there in the distance. Unfortunately, the sun has gone in. I was hoping for a lovely sunset this evening. This thick cloud has rolled in at the bottom there, close to the horizon. Now, the next beach along from Kilfarassie, heading west along the Copper Coast, is Anstown. There's not much sand here, it's mostly pebbles, but it's pleasant enough, which we'll see in a moment. Oh, a bit more windswept now because it's gotten quite windy, a little bit nippier now here at Anstown. The sun has simply vanished between the clouds. I was hoping for a lovely sunset, but we gotta, you know, make do with what we have. Right on Anstown Beach now. My mistake, there's actually more sand here than I actually thought there was. So that's a good thing. Looks like this will be my final stop of the day because we're losing the light now, and the nights are drawing in because we're now in autumn. So I shall bid you farewell for this one, the wind and that, and catch you on the next vlog. Don't forget, if you're on YouTube, subscribe to me please, and if you're watching this on my Roof Photography Facebook page, don't forget to like my page, leave a comment as well. Thanks.
Come over the hills, my bonny Irish lass. Come over the hills to your darling. You choose the road, love, and I'll make the vow. And I'll be your true love forever. Red is the rose that in yonder garden grows. Fair is the lily of the valley. Clear is the water that flows from the Boyne. But my love is fairer than any. 'Twas down by Killarney's green woods that we strayed, when the moon and the stars, they were shining. The moon shone its rays on her locks of golden hair, and she swore she'd be my love forever. Red is the rose that in yonder garden grows. Fair is the lily of the valley. Clear is the water that flows from the Boyne. But my love is fairer than any. It's not for the parting that my sister pains. It's not for the grief of my mother. It's all for the loss of my bonny Irish lass, that my heart is breaking forever. Red is the rose that in yonder garden grows. Fair is the lily of the valley. Clear is the water that flows from the Boyne. But my love is fairer than any. Red is the rose that in yonder garden grows. Fair is the lily of the valley. Clear is the water that flows from the Boyne. But my love is fairer than any.
And welcome back to my Copper Coast vlog. I think it's been close to 7 months since I recorded the last one, and reason why I'm out and about, restrictions have lifted just over a week ago, so we can now travel further than 5 kilometers, and that was a pain just to stay within our locality, but here I am now. We're at Benvoy Beach to kick things off, which is a hidden beach just on the far side of Anstown, and it's a glorious spring April evening here, and I love my evenings because obviously you get the best light here. So see for yourself, have a look at what's around you there. You can hear the seabirds in the distance. I don't know if the microphone is picking it up. And just in case you're wondering what this little furry thing is resting on my neck, it's my new cordless microphone, because I have a new vlogging camera. It's the DJI Pocket 2, in case you're wondering. And we're wandering now further onto the beach. By the way, I've included in the opening sequence how to get to this beach from Anstown, because it is very hidden, it is secluded, and I only found it by accident a few years back. Just out of curiosity, I thought I'd see where this road went to, and I was pleasantly surprised. Just a touch further to the west, which I've just driven, come to a charming spot called Boatstrand Harbour. And I've been here before, and usually, pandemic aside, you often have swimmers around from the local swimming club, and obviously a few fishing boats and that. So we'll have a look around. It's actually no one around here, which is very unusual. But I don't know whether it's we're here midweek and that, but there's loads of lobster pots around the place. And way over there, that's where I was before, at Benvoy Beach. And the sun is starting to set over Boatstrand Harbour. It's a quaint spot, and there's usually many more boats here. Now, when I thought about creating this vlog, I originally had it in mind for covering the coast, but the Copper Coast, it covers a general area, and there are some lovely spots just if you go inland a little bit more. And at the moment, I'm in a village called Fenner, and there's a couple of good spots here to visit. At the moment, I'm at the Hope Tree Sculpture, or Totem Pole. Let you have a look at this here. It's actually in the graveyard of the church in the village, and I'll put some information in the captions. You can see the intricate detail in the work there at the top. And some lovely blue sky too, to complement this magnificent work of art. And right next to the church grounds where the totem pole is, you have Fenner Bog, which is about 32 acres, and it's overlooked by Ballyscanlon Hill, which is about 148 metres in height, which is in front of me. That's it there, Ballyscanlon Hill. And if you have a few spare minutes, it's worth a look. I think it's best early morning because that's when the dragonflies come out. You'll see even lizards as well here, as well as your wild birds and that, and a few other pond life insects. And just under a mile and a half from Fenner village, just under 2 kilometres, I've logged it. There's a spot called Ballyscanlon Loch, or Lake in English. I think it's, well, don't quote me on it, I think it's a local reservoir. There's a couple of them in the area. I'll let you do the research yourself. And the thing about this spot, don't believe what it says on Google Maps, because it will not take you there. What you have to do is, just before you get to it, you just pull over at a little pathway which I'm walking on now. You can, the cars are just behind there, and just walk down the path for maybe a few minutes. I'm just seeing where it goes to, so it's an adventure for me. I mean, I was here maybe 8 years ago, but I can't remember. It was with the Camera Club in Waterford, which I was a member of at the time. The photo nerds, if any of you are watching this, looks like there's been a bit of tree surgery in action to the right. I must admit, it is an absolutely glorious, warm spring evening here in County Waterford, just inland along the Copper Coast. Decisions. Feel like Alice in Wonderland. Ooh, I think I'll take the high road, because that's closer to the road which is on the right hand side, which I drove along before getting here. So I think both roads take us to the lake anyway, but this would probably be more of a main viewing point, I hope, of the lake anyway. Is looking back at the gorgeous evening spring light through the woods I've just walked through as we continue our trek to Ballyscanlon Loch. After about 10 to 15 minutes of trekking, we finally reached Ballyscanlon Loch, although it's a different route to the one I went on about 8 years ago. Here it is in all its glory. And it's so blue as well, complementing the sky too. Right, I better get some aerial footage for you. You'll see that in a moment. Just on the edge of Dunhill village, which is about 4 miles away from Fenner, or 6 kilometres, you have the Anne Valley Walk, which we're at the Dunhill end, and it takes us all the way to Anstown, which we visited 7 months ago, if you remember, in part 4 of the Copper Coast vlog. And this is indeed a pleasant walk itself. You see plenty of wildlife. It was only completed a few years ago, and it's well worth a visit. It's so lovely on a day like this, on an evening like this, with the golden light shining onto the water on both sides. Even though it says no fishing, there is a temptation, but it's only the herons which get away with it for some strange reason. We're in Dunhill village itself now, and it does have some quite quaint houses. If you can see the thatch roof on it. It's not the only one in the village, there's a few others. Here's the other one, which I've spotted in the village, and just to the right you have Harney's Bar, because here, about 5 years ago, I shot a photo of Uncle Joe, Winnie the dog and a pint of Guinness, which did very well in a competition, and you'll be able to see that in one of my portrait albums on my Rue Photography Facebook page. If you plan on trekking down Anne Valley Walk, halfway down it you will come across this. We're going up to it now. Through the trees, if you can see it, it's Dunhill Castle in ruins. And you can actually see that all the way from Anstown, which is the finishing point of the Anne Valley Walk. We're going up to it now. Hopefully we can get to it. I've never actually been up to it before, but I've driven past it quite a few times. So we shall see. Yes, it looks possible if you can contend with these steps. Not for the faint-hearted, or either that I'm just a lazy git. But, oh, it looks like we have it there. Look at that. Basking in the evening golden light. I'm puffed out after that. Oh. The climb isn't quite finished yet. A few more steps to the summit of the castle. Look at the view and look at the sunset. Don't think I want to do Everest Space Camp in a hurry if it's going to be like this. Here we go. Wow, look at that. We'll just go around it and inside it. Oh, this is cool. The view to the outside world through here. Now, here's the view from the top of the castle. Well, not quite the top, but as far as I dare to go. And you can see the Anne Valley Walk going all the way. You can see the sea in the background in the far distance. And that's where Anstown is. Oh, and there's more. There's even more steps. See where these goes to. That's where I was a moment ago. And see where these steps go. Go all the way up there. I'm not going to risk going up there. Not going to risk that, not with the gear I have at the moment.
In 1846, a fungus-like organism with a 5-day life cycle turned potatoes into a foul-smelling, inedible mush. Tenant farmers, their entire harvest wiped out. Extreme hunger, starvation and disease ensued, with peasants dying in the hundreds of thousands on the streets, farms and workhouses throughout the land. Ireland, the idyllic Emerald Isle, a land of hard-working, talented and warm-hearted people. But in the mid-1800s, a terrible tragedy was unfolding. The consequences of centuries of unjust laws and practices imposed on Catholic Ireland by Irish oppressors had pauperised the peasants. For survival, Irish tenant farmers relied on potatoes harvested from small plots of land that they were offered in return for working their landlords' large estates which had been formed by the consolidation of land the British had confiscated from the Irish years before. The English Quaker and MP John Bright was an arch critic of Irish land laws. He was gathering arguments he could use in the British Parliament to restore ownership of land to tenant farmers. Bright's diary entry for September 7th, 1849 notes, "Called on Count Strzelecki at Reynolds Hotel. Count Strzelecki said, if the devil himself exercised all his ingenuity to invent a scheme which should destroy the country, he could not have contrived anything more effectual than the principles and practices upon which landed property has been held and managed in Ireland." John Bright concluded that the Count is greatly in favour of tenant compensation. It would stimulate labour, would absorb the surplus labour now idle in the workhouses. In 1846, across the Emerald Isle, Phytophthora infestans, a fungus-like organism with a 5-day life cycle, turned potatoes into a foul-smelling, inedible mush. Tenant farmers, almost without exception, had their entire harvest wiped out. Although often referred to as the Great Famine, it was not really a famine because non-potato output grown or grazed on large estates was mostly unaffected, but the landlords exported this produce and it was not used to feed the starving. However, even during the worst cases of man's inhumanity to man, there are individuals and groups that act extraordinarily benevolently, virtuously and righteously, helping those in dire need. Victims of Angor Tamur were helped by, amongst others, the Society of Friends, Asenath Nicholson, William E. Forster, James Tuke, the Choctaw Indian Nation, and Captain Robert E. Forbes. For example, the Society of Friends set up relief operations such as soup kitchens and broke the story of the tragedy. People around the world donated money and goods to help relieve the suffering. Humanitarian spirit has two-way impartiality. The parable of the Good Samaritan shows kindness, benevolence and compassion may be offered by any human being to any other human being, irrespective of age, gender, religion or culture of either giver or receiver. Humanitarian deeds may be performed even by individuals that may be of the same religion or culture as the wrongdoers. Such was the case when a few English nobles formed the British Relief Association for the purpose of applying donated materials and funds to help save the people starving in Ireland and Scotland. The author Christine Keneally states that the British Relief Association, which, although it never achieved as high a profile as the Quakers, raised approximately £470,000, over double the amount provided by the Society of Friends. In January 1847, Paul Edmund Strzelecki was an early volunteer, and this is the story of his humanitarian work in Ireland. Almost 50 years old, he was a man of character with these useful attributes: fit, energetic and resilient, unifying personality, amenable to Irish and English, empathy with oppressed, efficient administrator, discerning recruiter, impeccable integrity. Sir Edmund Strzelecki was born on June 20, 1797 at Głuszyna, a suburb of Poznań in western Poland. Both his parents had distinguished noble lineages, centuries long. As a young man, he became plenipotentiary of grand estates and displayed excellent administrative ability by restoring them to a sound financial position. Sapiecha, the owner, bequeathed Strzelecki a fortune, but the son refused to honour his father's will. Paul Edmund began legal action and received about a quarter of the bequeathed amount in an out-of-court settlement. In 1829, Strzelecki left Poland to explore the world, engaging in geological and mineralogical research as a self-educated scientist. After expeditions to North and South America, the Caribbean and the Pacific Islands, he arrived in Australia on the 25th of April, 1839. Over 4 years, with the help of Aboriginal guides, he travelled about 7,000 miles on foot across tribal territories by permission, not force, peacefully completing 4 major expeditions. In 1927, the Victorian Historical Society honoured Strzelecki's Gippsland explorations by unveiling 7 cairns approximating Paul Edmund's pathfinding route. Some matters worthy of note include discovery of gold, silver, coal and other minerals, climbing and naming Mount Kosciuszko and determining it to be Australia's highest mountain, mapping, naming and reporting about the productive potential of Gippsland, opening the region for settlement, advocating large-scale adoption of irrigation, his empathy for the plight of Aboriginals. Strzelecki left Australia on April 23, 1843, journeying across Asia before settling in London, where in 1845 he published The Physical Description of New South Wales and Van Diemen's Land, accompanied by an extraordinary and detailed geological map 25 feet by 25 feet in dimension, a small version of which is included in his book. In November of 1845, he became a British citizen. Strzelecki, a man of independent means, was touched by the unfolding tragedy. He wanted to do all in his power to help the sick and starving survive. Aware that he had travelled 7,000 miles on foot exploring Australia, the association respected his capabilities and assigned him to the counties of Donegal, Sligo and Mayo, the regions in the western parts of Ireland where hunger was most severe and getting help to the starving was extremely difficult due to poor infrastructure and dispersed settlement. Seeking first-hand knowledge, Strzelecki scouted his districts and was horrified by what he was witnessing.
At Carrick-on-Shannon I found the poorhouse and hospital crowded with half-naked and emaciated men, women and children, a prey to dysentery and fever which terminated fatally. The number of daily deaths exceeded the supply of coffins which the place could furnish. Between Carrick and Sligo, numberless, struggling and ragged families were observed, some crawling, some squatted on the roadside through utter exhaustion, all bearing downcast, broken and worn-out countenances. Fearful results of starvation, sickness and exposure to the weather. At Sligo, I found the streets swarming with the distressed, clamorous through hunger. The poorhouse presented an awful number of cases of fever and dysentery, which commonly terminated fatally. In the barony of Eire, I have found generally the most melancholy and deplorable destitution amongst the inhabitants, which in many cases proves fatal. The destitution is extending wider and wider. Fever and dysentery become more virulent, fearfully increasing the mortality of the barony. The barony of Ballynahinch is in as complete a destitution as is Donegal and the barony of Eire, and the inhabitants in as great want of energy, resignation to the calamity and dependence upon foreign relief seem to be the only manifestations evident.
In March 1847, Strzelecki contracted typhus, and although he suffered ill effects for the rest of his life, he continued organising relief after his recovery. Mortality from the disease was very high, but Strzelecki attributed his survival to being bled by a village barber applying leeches to his neck. However, it's just as likely his physical fitness pulled him through, and he continued to report to the association.
No pen can describe the distress by which I'm surrounded. It has actually reached such a degree of lamentable extremes that it becomes above the power of exaggeration and misrepresentation. You may now believe anything which you hear and read, because what I actually see surpasses what I ever read of past and present calamities. I'm sorry to report to you that during the last week the distress has become more pressing. Melancholy cases of deaths occurring on public roads and in streets are more frequent.
Paul Edmund witnessed the unbearable. He especially took the suffering of the children deeply to heart. Childhood memories awoke. His father died when he was 4 and his mother 6 years later. Strzelecki anguished over the permanent scarring the children would suffer from the horrors they experienced and witnessed. Urgency for action was extreme. What to do? Strzelecki's plan of action was simple, innovative and revolutionary. There seemed nothing wrong with the current routine of helping families through parents. Up to this time, it was the normal procedure wherever aid to the destitute was offered around the world. No one anywhere in the world had ever before given it a thought that the relief could be provided in any other way. Strzelecki turned the orthodox wisdom on its head. He changed the focus away from the parents and onto the children, first at Westport, but eventually to every district suffering deep distress. On October 24th, 1847, Count Strzelecki wrote to the British Association,
"The Temporary Relief Act and private and charitable donations, while meeting fully the destitution of the full-grown people, had seldom been instrumental in alleviating that of the helpless children, who, in their general run and scramble for food, have been left behind, hungry. Conscious that schools in generally will be the most systematic and beneficial machinery, I've distributed clothing and secured 1 meal daily, of which the cost averaged 1/3 of a penny per head."
For the sake of the children, Strzelecki was able to convince Catholic and Protestant clergy to set aside their differences.
I took the opinion of both Catholic and Protestant gentlemen upon the subject, and everyone confessed that in these extraordinary and exceptional times, when nakedness and hunger amongst children threaten them with most severe suffering and demoralisation, the assistance in food and clothing given to them through the medium of schools, of whatsoever denomination they may be, cannot be construed either into favouritism or indifference to the principle on which the school is to be conducted.
The children located in the most illiterate parts of Ireland not only improved their educational standards, they also learned good hygiene. Every union inspecting officer was requested by Count Strzelecki to require that water, towels, soap and combs are provided at each school at which relief is afforded, and that no child be allowed to partake of his ration without having first well washed his face and combed his hair. In June 1847, the association picked Strzelecki to be their chief executive officer, administering and coordinating the relief program. Working from Dublin, he allocated the association's funds and resources to the areas he believed were in most need across Ireland. He did so till the association's funds were exhausted in September 1848. Even in hindsight, it is difficult to believe that Strzelecki's simple idea of feeding and clothing destitute children as a priority would make any difference, but successful it proved to be. The positive effects were immediate and astounding. Workhouses did not have sound hygiene procedures. They were dilapidated, lice-infested and overcrowded. The residents suffered high rates of mortality from famine fever and dysentery. Since the children in the Strzelecki scheme were fed and clothed every day in the schools, they stayed away from disease-infested workhouses and their chances of survival were much higher. There were positive consequences for parents too. A common observation in the reports about schools was the psychological impact the Strzelecki scheme had on parents. Certain that their beloved children would be fed, clothed, taught and looked after every day, they no longer felt paralysed, and to get out of their own dire predicament they began to shift for themselves, thereby also avoiding the disease-infested workhouses. Testimonials to the success of the Strzelecki scheme poured into the association from across Ireland. Community leaders and first responders were astonished by the improvements they witnessed wherever and whenever the scheme became operational. Standish Haley, the secretary of the association, received letters from scheme implementers in the most starving districts of Ireland. Writing independently of each other at different times and from different locations, they came to similar conclusions as to how and why Strzelecki's school scheme succeeded.
I'll let you into a little secret. For 4 months, Strzelecki pleaded for permission from the Committee for the School Scheme he had successfully pioneered in County Mayo to be extended across Ireland. We were reluctant to do so. We wrote to Charles Trevelyan, the Chief of Government Relief Programs, asking him what he thought of Strzelecki's proposal, and he opposed the idea. However, the powerful arguments Strzelecki put to us in his long letter of October 1847 persuaded the committee to give him the go-ahead. We are very pleased we did. I received many letters from the volunteers implementing the scheme, telling us that the feeding and clothing the children in schools was not only saving them from starvation, but it was helping the parents too. For instance, Colonel Clark of Cahercaveen noted that no measure has given more universal satisfaction than that of giving food and clothing to the children of destitute parents attending the existing schools. Dr. Dempster at Ballinrobe said relieved parents told him that now they knew their children would be looked after, they would do all in their power to earn a subsistence rather than go to the workhouse. Mr. Marshall of Skibbereen observed that the people are in much better spirits. When a man saw his helpless children crying for something to eat, he was cast down and rendered unable to earn his own bread. But now the case is different. It stimulates the parents to exertion. A Roman Catholic clergyman said, since the children are fed, matters are now becoming quite cheering. Captain Hotham of Tralee made surprise visits to the schools in his district, and he wrote, it was a great comfort, after seeing the terrible destitution of the country, to witness so many little children happy and healthy amidst the dreadful desolation which surrounds them. Captain Gilbert of Sligo concluded that the benefits are most manifest in decreasing the clamour for relief amongst the adult and able-bodied of the destitute. Many of the paupers have left the workhouse on finding their children would be supported at the schools. Relieved of their anxiety, the parents have endeavoured to shift for themselves. Mr. Dean of Clifton found that, as soon as it became generally known that food was about to be given to the children attending the schools, numbers increased to the full extent for which accommodation could be provided. It is scarcely possible to overestimate the value and importance of the relief afforded to children at the schools. Captain Mann of Kilrush said he couldn't find the words to tell how much benefit is derived from feeding the destitute children at the schools. It prevents the little creatures from starving and improves their habits and leaves the parents free to seek for their own subsistence. Captain O'Mahony of Kenmare considered that The benefit derived by this system is very extensive. I'm constantly about the country and inspect the schools. When I contrast the children when I first came to the Union with the present, instead of numbers of emaciated children struggling all over the country, there are but very few to be seen now. Mr. Darcy of Ballyshannon let us know. The Board of Guardians expressed their thanks to the Association for the benefit received, and to their able and courteous agent, Count Strzelecki, for the great and judicious assistance given to their union through the medium of food distributed to the destitute children in schools. It has been of signal service in reducing the pressure for relief, because so relieved by the bread given to the children, the families have endeavoured to support themselves.
After the scheme came to a close and its results were assessed, the commissioners of the association wrote in praise of Strzelecki, as did the chief administrators responsible for running the British government's famine relief programs in Ireland. In June 1849, the British Relief Association raised an additional £6,400 and asked Strzelecki to return to Dublin to use the money to feed and clothe the destitute in Connaught and Munster. His job done, he returned to London in September, and soon after he became an active member of Caroline Chisholm's Family Colonisation Loan Society, Sidney Herbert's Emigration Committee, and the Duke of Wellington's emigration organisation, helping to promote emigration from Britain and Ireland to Australia. Strzelecki died in London of liver cancer in 1873, and he rests in the crypt of eminent Poles at the Church of St. Adalbert in Poznań, Poland. Sir Paul Edmund Strzelecki worked tirelessly, gratuitously and successfully for nearly 2 years in the most distressed regions of Ireland, overcoming the typhoid fever he contracted in late March 1847 and continued providing a helping hand to those most in need. The brilliance of Strzelecki's concept in changing the mindset about the way in which relief was provided, and the fact that the school scheme was authoritatively assessed as saving more than 200,000 children from starvation, is worthy of transcending the 19th century. Furthermore, as Canon John O'Rourke noted in 1847, that whilst so many of those immediately connected with this gigantic work laboured gratuitously, the whole expense of management was only £12,000, barely 2%. Paul Edmund wanted to make sure that the limited and precious resources, so compassionately donated to the association to help the starving, reached their target to the maximum possible. From his plenipotentiary experiences, he had a discerning eye in recruiting honest, hard-working and capable volunteers to instill and run his innovative scheme. As a result, more than 98% of the materials and funds under Strzelecki's administration went directly to assist those in most need, a stark contrast to the chronic waste and corruption in the British government's programs, and even nowadays some of Australia's most prominent charities spend more than 40% on administrative costs. Internationally, billions of dollars disappeared in the scandalous UN Oil for Food program. Strzelecki's humanitarian deeds had won the hearts and minds of the people of his day, and he was deeply respected at the highest levels. Barely 2 months after he returned to London, on November 21st, 1848, he was knighted for his noble actions by Queen Victoria. However, in modern times, he's best known for his exploration and scientific work, having been awarded the Founders' Gold Medal of the Royal Geographic Society, fellowships to the Royal Geographic Society and to the Royal Society, and an honorary doctorate of civil law from Oxford University. Nevertheless, all the firsts he achieved in his non-humanitarian activities would have been accomplished by someone else later. A starving child cannot wait. A premature death is still a death forever. What is the value of a single human life? Strzelecki was responsible for saving hundreds of thousands of children from starvation and deserves to be honoured intergenerationally.
Hello, hope you're all keeping well, and you're very welcome to our celebration for St. Patrick's Day this year. My name is Benny McCarthy. I'm the accordion player with the band. And whilst it's lovely to be here in beautiful County Waterford, here in the sunny southeast of Ireland this year, we're certainly missing being away on tour and sharing our music and song with you this year. But we put together a little celebration. We found some lovely, lively footage of the band from a great concert we had in Kansas this time last year. So we put that together with some messages from the band members themselves into a little hour or so. So we hope you can sit back and enjoy what we've in store for you. Just over there, we have the townsland of Colligan, here just outside the town of Dungarvan, and a very famous race dog by the name of Master McGrath was born there about 150 years ago. So here is a rendition we have of the band of the great song all about the dog Master McGrath.
'69 being the date and the year, those Waterloo sportsmen and more did appear. Oh, to view the great prizes and bear the law, never counting on Ireland and Master McGrath. On the 12th of December, that day of renown, McGrath his keeper, they left Larkin town, and again at the channel it soon drove them more. On the 13th they landed on fair England shore, and when they arrived there in great London town, those grand English sportsmen they all gathered round, and one of those gentlemen gave a ha-ha, saying, "Is that the great dog you call Master McGrath?" Lord Lurgan stepped forward and he said, "Gentlemen, is there any among you have money to spend for your great English greyhound? I don't care a straw. 5,000 to 1 upon Master McGrath." White Rose stood uncovered, the great English pride. Our trainer and owner were both by her side. Oh, they let her away and the crowd cried hurrah for the pride of all England and Master McGrath. As Rose and the Master they both ran along, I wonder, said Rose, what took you from your home? You should have stayed there in your Irish domain, and not come to gain laurels on all these plains. Well, I know, says McGrath, we have white heather gods, but you'll find in old Ireland we have good men and dogs. Lead on board Britannia, give them your jaw, for I'll garnish your wall, says Master McGrath. Oh, the hair she let off, what a beautiful view, as swift as the wind o'er the green field she flew. He jumped on the hare's back and he held up his paw. 3 cheers for old Ireland, said Master McGrath. Well, I've known many greyhounds that fill me with pride in the days that are gone, but it can't be denied that the greatest and the bravest the world ever saw was our champion, a champion
This is Oisin Macaulay, usually found playing the fiddle on the stage with Danu. Happy St. Patrick's Day to you all at home. We were expecting to be out on our St. Patrick's Day celebration tour 2021 at this stage, and we even had our own costumes made up for the occasion, but it wasn't to be. So we'll flake out a bunch of jigs instead. The first one is called The New House, and it was composed by the late, great Paddy O'Brien from Nenagh, County Tipperary, who was a great composer and a box player. And his daughter Eileen, also a great musician and composer, said that Paddy Ryan won the All-Ireland with this tune in 1965. And we'll go into a few tunes I composed myself then. Very, very tough to get these on the album. I had to compose hundreds of jigs before they let me put these on. But they like these ones. So the first one's called The Humours of Holliston, and that's named after Holliston, Massachusetts, where I live in the United States these days. And then we'll finish up with a tune that I wrote for my lovely wee girl Bridget called Brown Eyed Bridget. We hope you enjoy them.
Hi guys, Tony on guitar here, all the way from Dublin, a rainy Dublin at that. We hope you're all keeping well, and we're also sorry that we can't be with you there in person today for the concert, but we hope you enjoy this nonetheless. We're going to continue on with a selection of hornpipes this time. The first tune, I believe, is called the Connemara Hornpipe, great tune. The second tune is a wonderful composition from the amazing accordion player Marcin O'Connor. You may have heard of Marcin O'Connor over the years, super player, and this is a tune that he calls the leveret, and a leveret is something which I have myself, a little hair. Go figure. Anyway, enjoy these tunes and stay well out there.
Harder Kunas Tancher Fad, a Gui Banachtila Ele Podrick Arv Gilair. My name is Nelly Fonine and I am the lead singer with the band, Danu, and I play a little bit on the whistle as well. And I'm wishing you all a very happy St. Patrick's Day, coming to you from my home here in Kilkenny City. I suppose St. Patrick's Day this year is a little bit different as it was last year, I suppose. Hard to imagine that we were out on tour in the States this time last year. I suppose not a care in the world. We were performing to great live audiences and has suddenly had to come home early due to this whole pandemic. And although we're getting very familiar with singing in front of screens and recording stuff from home, we're really looking forward to getting back on the road again soon and performing to real live people again. So we're really looking forward to that. So although I'm here in Kilkenny, originally I'm from the Moosgree Gaeltacht down in County Cork. I come from a small little village there called Bialachan Rairhig, and there is a very strong Seanos singing tradition down in Moosgree, and a lot of the songs I would sing would be from that area, and I would have learnt them as a young child growing up. And this first song we're going to sing for you tonight is an example of one of those songs. It was written by a man called Sean Owen O'Sudavan, who came from Cooley, and in this song he's kind of painting us a picture of his life, telling us how happy he is. He says that he has a lovely house, he has a bit of land, he's madly in love with his wife and their beautiful little child, and that he hopes the love and the happiness that they have here on earth will continue when they'll go up to heaven together. So, ma bhfuil an tabhransa ar ólas a gibh savala is éidir an corfa a chanalum. This one has a nice easy corfa that you're more than welcome to sing along to at home. I won't be able to hear you, so you can sing it as loud as you want, and you can practice it and you'll get it by the end. So I really hope you enjoy this song, Táimse agus Mara.
Táimse agus Mara agus ásta dar na gine, ó nasca go barching ag an áthir ó bhenathe. Thóg sé grá ar chard agus fermhcham, thógus ar leibhís go brabrach níos garda míad bet sa sin ciall. Páirtí ní béle gom rex fandi ó, rex fandi a édel daidí. Tá a heilig san maid is fear an mala seo, I barc an trahain na háirín seach na gure. Cuireann achta fás an chóthard leis na clocha, sa me fehh don trasan go bhecim mé a bigéad bet sa sein ciall. Páirtí ní béle gom rex fandi ó, rex fandi a édel daidí. Tá tarthaí ag fás im gharding as leachtathe, úlas beúnáin agus carnaí lídaraga. Siúcra I mála le rá go taiscithe, chun sovas mil seine don bhabas don bantra bet sa sein ciall. Páirtí ní béle gom rex fandi ó, rex fandi a édel daidí. Stuck in the life is me be running deep burning. Eek the tile is a corona and the land of in beds a shine.
and a happy St. Patrick's Day to you all, wherever you are. I'm Eamon Durley and I've been playing the bouzouki with Danu since 1996, and the band is part of my extended family at this stage, you could say. And after 25 years travelling and playing together, I haven't lost any enthusiasm for it. So hopefully you're enjoying your evening tonight. Like others in the band, some of us have settled outside of Ireland. I now live in Scotland. I've been here for 15 years, living in the Highlands. It's a vast and beautiful place and has great cultural ties with Ireland, not least through the Gaelic language and the music. So it seems appropriate to follow on this next set with two very lively Scottish tunes. Cutting a Slide was written by the incomparable Phil Cunningham for his great friend Trina Ní Dhomhnaill during their time playing in the band Relativity. Trina and Phil are both long-time friends of ours and have had a great influence on us. Phil tells me he wrote it after a late night, rolling around the streets, sliding down Hanover Street in the snow in Edinburgh. And we'll follow that then with another lively tune written by Simon Bradley called The Fiddle Cushion. And Simon has a Donegal background and now lives on the island of North Uist in the Outer Hebrides. He's a prolific tune writer, a great musician. So this is one of his after he wrote after an unfortunate incident at a session when everyone stood up from their seats to join in on a Mexican wave, only to sit back down on top of his fiddle, and that was the end of that. So please don't try this at home. This tune can be found on his collection Buncrana to Ballashire, and this is our little take on it. It's a great one to dance to. Hope you enjoy.
Hi there everyone, I'm Ivan and I play flute, pipes and whistle in the band. And I'm talking to you today from Pearl River, New York, a long way from home for me, which is Dublin. And I'm sure like a lot of you out there, I've only been able to talk to my family over Zoom this past year, but I'm sure they're celebrating St. Patrick's Day as best they can at home there in Dublin. And I hope you are too. Well, we just heard a great lively set of reels there, so I think it's maybe time to slow things down. And this next set will feature the uilleann pipes. That's the bellows blown Irish pipes that I play. And in this set, I'll play an old air called "The Bright Lady," and this is something of a favourite among pipers, and one I would definitely associate with the great uilleann piper Willie Clancy from County Clare. And we'll follow that up with a great old Irish jig from that county as well, called the Kilfenora. I hope you enjoy it, and I hope to see you all down the road sometime very soon.
So this next song is called Madin Inegum, and this song dates back to the 18th century and was written by a poet by the name of Taig Gaelach ó Súdaván, who came from County Limerick. And this song is a political ashling, and an ashling is a type of poem or song, and the word ashling literally means vision or dream. And in this song, this man has a dream where he sees this beautiful woman. She represents Ireland, and she tells him that she is waiting for Bonnie Prince Charlie, the son of James Stewart, to return to Ireland from Scotland, and he's going to save the day and banish away her English enemies so that Ireland can be free once again. So tá súlagam go muineh sibh tainmh as an gceann seo Madin Inegum.
Sa gårde, det handler vi gønnet må
Hey everybody, how you doing? Billy Sutton here, and that certainly was Nelly Croneen doing a beautiful job on Imagine. Well, I have to say we're really missing being out on tour now, especially this time of year. And myself in particular, as I sit here watching this concert, I'm really missing it because this was my very first tour with the band, and I was just kind of getting settled in, and when we had to call it off and head for home, obviously because of this pandemic, and here we are a year later. So I'd like to send y'all out happy St. Patrick's Day greetings from my home, arguably the most Irish place on the planet outside of Ireland, St. John's, Newfoundland and Labrador, or Tullavaneshk, which is what the Irish would have called it when they first started coming here some 400 years ago for the migratory cod fishery. They'd come here in the spring and they'd fish all year long, and then they'd sail back home in the fall. But when the Crown decided at the point that they were going to let people attempt to stay here and settle year round, the Irish were among the majority of the people that decided to stay and make a go of it. And they braved the elements, and by the time the 1830s rolled around, there were thousands of Irish here, and they made up more than half the population. And certainly when they came here, they brought with them, you know, their traditions like St. Patrick's Day, and their music and their language and their names. If you drive down the street in St. John's today, it's evident. You can see on like a lot of street signs or shop windows, or if you looked in the telephone book, or you'd see the most popular names are still Irish names like Walsh and Power, and names like Murphy, which reminds me, on to the next piece of music, Murphy's Hornpipe and Lord Gordon's Reel. So wherever you are, tip a pint or whatever your fancy, or sure you might have a dance. And here's to St. Patrick and to the time when we might get back out on the road again and play some live music for y'all.
So, tá mí de dridim I dro deire an chumceáil fiúil seo, agus sé seo an tárán dearnach go bhfuilim se chuna chana díomh mar chuidde. Sé seo árán a gána mís cúpla bliana hen nuair a thos níos a chana is tócha leis an banna ceol round 5 bliantó hen. So this is a song that we thought of as a band when we were trying to think of new material for one of our albums. The last album that we recorded actually back a few years ago. And this song is actually the title track of that album. It's called 10,000 Miles. And although there have been many versions of the song recorded and loads of great bands have done really good covers of the song, we were drawn in particular to the version that the great English folk singer Nick Jones did. And this song, although it's quite simple, it's very poignant indeed. It's a conversation between two lovers, and he promises her that he will return once he travels 10,000 miles. And that is something that we as a band, once we are allowed to do, we'll do the same. We'll travel 10,000 miles before we come home. We haven't been at home without touring for so long. So, as I said before, we are really looking forward to getting out on the road again. So, tá súla gom gomanis sibh danamh as an count seo 10,000 miles.
Fare you well, my own true love. Farewell for a while, I'm going away, but I'll be back if I go 10,000 miles. 10,000 miles, my own true love. 10,000 miles or more, and the rocks may melt, and the seas may burn, if I no more return. Don't you see yon lonesome dove sitting on yon ivy tree, and she's weeping for her own true love, as I shall weep for mine. Oh, come back.
that was the wonderful singing there of Nellie Croneen and our version of 10,000 Miles. Well, we hope you enjoyed our little online celebration for St. Patrick's Day this year. We had great fun putting it together for you. If you'd like to keep in contact with us there, please link up with us there on social media, or you can visit our website, danu.net, and we'll keep you updated. Hopefully we'll have news of some live performances very soon. We look forward to that very much ourselves. So we're going to leave you with this grand finale piece from that lovely concert in Kansas last year. Have a happy and healthy St. Patrick's Day. Take care and mind yourselves. Till we meet again, Slán go fóill.
Da gluisin ballach beag tóstalach is potínar astalar chuirdeá. A dírí glanach an chóisiirdeach an níad a chuir na stáirih. A hachta balla trí bóir tircis potínar astalar chuirdeá. The hit an chanar a hóin lic go siúda chuid leanna le fána. Some tidy iddly idly dum, some tidy iddly idly dum. Some tidy iddly idly dum, some tidy iddly arrow. The vi foim an nasel mar hjolle kogus trie der fraske da all mar fringe. Vi ra ik bak ik le morte sjouwens nach harde vi en tidy in arde. De vi schiele lach mar chokere kogus fjorne gar rat ik daar hoser bjar. Goodbye, we bolle head roiter head over in the crack in their raw. Some tidy iddly idly dum, some tidy iddly idly dum. Some tidy iddly idly dum, some tidy iddly arrow. Thank you.